Please stand for the Indonesian and U.S. national anthem. Please welcome President and Chief Executive Officer, Atlantic Council, Frederick Kemp.
Good morning to everyone. It's so wonderful to see such a full crowd, and good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests. It's such a pleasure to be with you all today. Mr. Minister, it's great to have you here. Thanks to you, Minister Prabowo. Thank you to the Defense Ministry. And thank you to the Indonesian government. This is a multilateral gathering. This is a multinational gathering, but we decided to start in this fashion to honor our bilateral relationship within this multilateral relationship, to honor our host country, and to honor, with the U.S. Air Force Band, honor the country that's visiting. But with the presidential band here, that's a special treat for us to start in this manner. Thank you for those joining us in person, and for the thousands tuning in virtually as we kick off Day 2 of the Atlantic Council inaugural Globe Food Security Forum in Bali, Indonesia, an official sideline event of the G20 summit, which is, of course, coming in just a couple of days. What a stunning venue this is, surrounded by Bali's natural beauty, rich cultural life, and traditions, and friends and partners from across Indonesia and the world. I was able to travel a little bit around this beautiful Bali area to get to know your culture a little bit better, to visit with your people a little bit more, and it's just been rich experience being here a few days ahead of this forum so that I could acquaint myself even more closely with this extraordinary country and culture. I want to start by extending my thanks officially to the Indonesian government. Thank you again to Minister Prabowo and the Ministry of Defense. Thanks as well to Minister Luhut and the coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment for your collaboration and for your hospitality in the lead up to and throughout the forum. Congratulations to Indonesia for assuming the G20 presidency this year, and we wish you good luck as the summit approaches. I most profoundly want to thank the Gaurav and Sharon Srivastava Foundation. Thank you, Gaurav and Sharon. Without the two of you, without your foundation, we quite literally would not be here and be able to do this work. Gaurav and Sharon, your steadfast commitment to combating world hunger and food insecurity rests at the heart of this forum's mission. I can't stress enough how much I appreciate your vision, your leadership, and your friendship. Thank you also to our sponsors, Apt Associates, Arsari Group, EMP, and Harvest Commodities, and our media partners, CNN Indonesia and Compass Group. And finally, I want to acknowledge the Atlantic Council Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security, so capably led by Matt Koenig and his team for spearheading this weekend's programming, and of course the rest of the Atlantic Council team that's traveled so far to make this work. We gather today at a critical juncture for global food security. It might have taken Putin's war in Ukraine to highlight it for us, but it was sitting there in front of us in any case. Later this week, world leaders will convene here in Bali for the G20 summit, bringing together major developed countries and emerging economies to discuss the international economic and financial landscape and identify areas ripe for multilateral engagement. Food security is becoming a bigger and bigger one of those areas, and it cannot be separated from energy security. It can't be separated from military security. It can't be separated from national or international security, and that's the point of doing this. The United States is a food security champion. The United States is the largest international food assistance donor in the world, providing hunger relief and support to those most in need, including in response to COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine. In September, the U.S. convened a global food security summit with world leaders to mobilize global food security action. This is all for good reason. Threats to global food production, supply chains, distribution, and access are mounting by the day. Near-term shocks like COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine have rattled global food supply chains in some of the most critical regions of the world. Ukraine, Europe's breadbasket, earlier this year faced a Russian blockade of its Black Sea ports that halted grain exports to global detriment, and we're lucky that that blockade is not there any longer because 1/3 of the world's wheat supply, 1/3 of the wheat supply comes from Russia and Ukraine together. In recent months, fertilizer prices have skyrocketed as the cost of raw materials and gas have gone up, and Russian fertilizer exports face serious disruptions. Food prices have continued to soar. Long-term risks of climate change, extreme weather, rising seas, and sustained conflict pose further destabilizing threats as acute food insecurity escalates and hunger hotspots intensify. The United Nations estimates that 800 million new people in the world face food insecurity coming out of the ripples from the war in Ukraine, and 300 are in severe distress of food insecurity and hunger, 300 million new. But amid these challenges, opportunities abound for progress and solutions, and that's what we're here for. Yesterday, as part of our first day of programming, we convened a series of closed-door sessions with global food security experts from across government, business, and civil society to explore immediate and future food security trends and solutions, most of all solutions. We discussed the nexus between food security, energy security, and hard security, and how solutions are needed to address the overlapping vulnerabilities on these fronts. Energy crises become food crises. Conflict drives food insecurity. Food then becomes a weapon of war. We stressed how important it was for the global community to recognize that food cannot be weaponized the way it has been, the way it has been recently. We discussed leveraging technologies as a critical tool for agricultural modernization and resilience. From investing in climate-smart tech enterprises to educating and empowering young, tech-savvy farmers to make farming cool, paying particular attention to including women who are often the backbone of farming communities. The future of food security and sustainability requires innovation. And we spoke of streamlining access and accountability to food finance to ensure lines of credit flow to countries and people in need. Food security requires financial security at both the community and at the global level. As the G20 showcases, there is potential for enhanced international cooperation, but governments and on these critical sets of issues cannot do it alone. Achieving food security and ending world hunger will also require robust public-private partnerships, and wide-ranging innovation across the agricultural sector, technology, finance, and policy. So from identifying root causes of food insecurity and malnourishment around the world, to envisioning more resilient food chains, food supply chains, and agricultural technologies of tomorrow, we gather today to take this multifaceted challenge head on. And as you can hear, we made some progress yesterday. We're going to hope to make even more progress today. Indonesia, with its dynamism, with its growing prosperity, and its food security interests, is a promising place to launch our efforts. I hope you find today's programming productive and that it will serve to inform and supplement the upcoming G20 summit agenda and sustained food security initiatives to follow. At the end of this forum, we will be distilling insights from our sessions and collecting them into a memo with concrete recommendations for G20 leaders and, of course, for far beyond. We'll stick with this issue, galvanized by this moment, to continue working on it over the years. Our challenge to all of you here in the room, is to help us identify solutions that together can turn our ideas into policy action. So now I would like to turn to a set of video keynote remarks from the Honorable Chuck Schumer, United States Senator from New York and Senate Majority Leader. It's an honor that Senator Schumer took time for this. Having the Senate Majority Leader speak to this conference is an apt way to kick us off.
Hi, everyone. It's Senator Chuck Schumer, and thank you all so much for the chance to join you at this year's Atlantic Council Global Food Security Forum. Now, we all know, the past 2.5 years have been some of the most disruptive in modern history. A global pandemic, a warming planet, and on top of it all, the tragic, bloody war in Ukraine. These crises have produced terrible consequences around the world, and above all, it's made an awful food shortage even worse for tens of millions of people. The poor, the elderly, far too many children. This global food crisis is unacceptable, it's immoral, and it is on all of us to work together to find solutions for the hungry and the food insecure. As Senate Majority Leader, I believe Congress has to play a role in fighting this crisis. And the issue should transcend partisan politics because it's about basic justice for all human beings. So we need government leaders, the private sector, and advocates working together. I pledge to you to do all I can to make sure Congress stands with you as allies in this effort. Thanks for leading this crucial conversation, because no issue is more important than making sure everyone has enough to eat so each person can grow and thrive in the 21st century. Thank you all. Thanks for what you're doing, and my very best.
The fact that Senator Schumer sent that special message to you in the middle of our midterm elections where it was unclear whether he would remain Senate Majority Leader, and right now it's still in play, and we'll know in a few days, but it looks better for him than it did a couple of weeks ago. So Senator Schumer, from here, we thank you for doing this. Now I'd like to turn over to Gaurav Srivastava, the founder of the Gaurav and Sharon Srivastava Family Foundation, for his remarks. Gaurav, over to you.
Excellencies, honorable members, and representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and guests, it is my great honor and privilege to stand before this distinguished assembly of brilliant minds and renowned policymakers at a time when our global community is at its most urgent need for unity, cooperation, and common purpose. This extraordinary forum, live streamed around the world, represents the exhilarating realization of a long-standing vision of my wife, Sharon, and I have shared passionately for many, many years. We are everlasting partners in a devoted enterprise of international hope and inspiration, co-conspirators in a fervent advocacy of comprehensive social change and universal accountability, and doting parents committed to the brightest future imaginable for our children, for your children, and for all of humanity. Together, we offer our deepest gratitude to our gracious Indonesian hosts and friends, to the Minister of Defense, Republic of Indonesia, Prabowo Subianto. Thank you. Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment, Luhut Panjaitan. Thank you. To Annie and Hashim Dojo Hadikusumo, thank you very much. You all have been instrumental in the realization of this Global Food Security Summit. Thank you and God bless. Our sincerest appreciation is extended to Fred Kempe, Matthew Kronig of the Atlantic Council, and the Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security. Thank you very much. To our American policymakers and their international counterparts, and we thank the people of the world for their faith and fortitude as we reaffirm our solemn pledge to deliver both equity and equality to those who have been so woefully deprived. The recognition of food as a human right was established nearly 80 years ago. President Roosevelt, as well as leaders of 48 other nations, convened in Hot Springs, Virginia, for the United Nations Conference of Food and Agriculture. This conference was particularly unlike the ones we are all participating in today. The outcome? A universal Declaration of Human Rights. Within that declaration, not only is the right to food proclaimed, the right to adequate food as an essential facet to an individual and family standard of living is stated. In the near century, since this crucial mandate and cornerstone of the FAO, 192 member nations and organizations have stood side by side, linked in a tireless battle against the insidious plague of food insecurity and all forms of malnutrition, guided by the enduring motto, Fiat Panis, let there be bread. Towards that moral imperative, there have been meaningful strides made, critical lessons learned, transformative policies enacted, cutting-edge technologies developed, and a salient goal set to end hunger by 2030. But as history has proven time and again, we exist in a rapidly changing and unpredictable world. The processes established to successfully transport food to where it needs to go before the COVID-19 and before the invasion of Ukraine no longer work. Over the last 3 years, these concerted efforts and best intentions to stem the tide of global undernourishment have stalled. They continue to grow stagnant against the prevalence and extremes of climate change, the spread of protracted regional conflict, and the economic impact of the pandemic, and the carnage and chaos currently ravaging parts of Eastern Europe. The harsh truths and painful realities of these calamitous setbacks are glaring. And 828 million people worldwide will go to bed hungry tonight. How can it be that in the United States, the wealthiest nation in the world, 1 in every 8 children still go to bed hungry every single night? In my own home city of Los Angeles, every 1 in 5 people experience food insecurity, unsure of when or from where their next meal will be. Globally, 45 million children under the age of 5 are suffering. They are suffering from acute malnutrition, their small bodies chronically deprived of essential nutrients, stunting physical, cognitive, and social development, and making them especially vulnerable to infectious disease and drastically elevated mortality rates. They face educational limitations, behavioral problems, lifetime earning reductions, and a perpetuation of the same vicious malnutrition cycle passed on to their own children. The numbers are staggering, the trends and projections alarming, and the insidious endurance of this most pervasive and devastating human affliction, of which no country or region is immune, remains wholly and consciously and utterly indefensible. Socioeconomic detriments of health explain this cycle. Poverty, race, ethnicity, gender, employment status, education, immigration status are all notable factors. The direct link between these factors and food security is undeniable. Try as some might, there can be no reasonable debate over the breadth of this humanitarian crisis. No credible arguments to be made against the merits of remediated action. No partisan interpretations, conflicting ideologies, or wavering convictions. We must all agree that no man, no woman, and no child should ever suffer through or die from hunger again. Yet, as we all know, there is no quick fix. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. Food security is a complex puzzle of mismatched and missing pieces. The complete picture is an interconnected web of contributing factors explained by the socio-economic determinants of health, each fraught with significant issues of their own. Currently, the greatest world crisis hindering food security is the war in Ukraine. It has affected and impacted the globalized agricultural and energy markets at a time when supply chains were already reeling from the COVID-19 pandemic. Every day, I track and appraise the innumerable impacts this war has had business of global exports. Exports of vital nutrients have been interrupted. Future harvests been put in jeopardy. The energy markets sent reeling, fertilizer prices sent soaring, and the cost of wheat continuing to skyrocket. Russia and Ukraine, two world bread baskets, major producers and exporters of vital commodities and energy, engaged in a conflict that threatens to push many millions and more into poverty and food insecurity. Establishing food and energy security is an urgent issue affecting us now. But the future forecasts are sobering. At this rate, the dire ramification will continue to grow exponentially. The systems that we put in place and the choices we make now will determine the security of our children and our grandchildren will inherit. Like many of you in the audience, I have tasted the horrors of war, choked on the repugnant stench of violent death and destruction. My work through my company, Unity Resources Group, has taken me to hotspots around the world, where I have borne sad witness to the heroism and self-sacrifice of young men and women slaughtered in the blink of an eye before their earthly journeys had ever begun. I have seen whole families raised, 3 generations decimated in the wake of a contemptible missile strike on civilian targets. And I have watched helplessly as tormented mothers weep over the broken bodies of their murdered children, soaked in their blood, praying for merciful relief from a living nightmare that will never come. I stand before you today as a proud American, devoted to the venerated principles of my country, fallible and human in an imperfect world. I am humbled by the education I have received, the experiences I have had, and the many blessings God has given me. I count each one with eternal gratitude, none more absolute than my ability to consistently put food on my table, to ensure the health and well-being of my beloved family, a luxury of which countless parents around the world are so cruelly deprived. I appeal and relate to you as an anxious father, deeply troubled and guilt-ridden over an inexcusable legacy of widespread confusion, conflict, and chaos all of our children will likely be forced to inherit. I implore you, as a member of the human race, mortified by the unnecessary suffering of even a single brother or sister, furious over the goals we have missed, the priorities we have misplaced, the opportunities we have squandered, but still greatly emboldened by the prospect of providing my children, your children, and the children of the world, children of the world with the well-deserved birthright of dignity, security, and essential rights to work together collectively to propose solutions to this long-lasting issue we are facing. To accomplish this mission, to bring food and comfort to those most in need, we must delay the procrastinations, abandon the rhetoric, and accept unpopular truths as a call to action and not an excuse to passivity. In an idle world where socio-economic factors existed in harmony, void of biases, inequities would be reduced, and chronic illnesses caused by malnutrition's many forms would be mitigated. But that beautiful dream still stands as a tall order. At the Gaurav and Sharon Shrivastava Family Foundation, we will assist in the creation of a new paradigm between food and fuel to the body, and energy as the fuel to the food production system, a new perspective that will drive a propulsive shift to a nutritionally nourished world. We must understand and embrace the symbiotic relationship between food and energy. An unavoidable reality we must bear is that our current food systems are even more reliant on energy than ever before. As a foundation, we are doing our concerted part to illuminate the intersection of food and energy, adding a voice to a crucial conversation about the necessity of energy production to deliver the food to those in need. While we all dream of a near future in which clean and renewable energy is not just a lofty ambition about the everlasting law of the land, I implore you today to entreat to welcome the notion that lines of food production cannot exist isolated from the energy that propels their productivity. It is our human obligation to focus our efforts on the problems we are facing here and now. It is our universal imperative to take immediate action to relieve the men, women, and children who are suffering today, not tomorrow, not next week, and not in 50 years. While our days of fossil fuel dependence are numbered, we also agree that the immediate and complete eradication of oil reliance is still beyond our grasp. Modern agriculture runs on oil. Commercial farmers need tractors, irrigation pumps, harvesters, the fertilizers that feed the crops, the pesticides that preserve them, the packaging that protects their quality are all produced using oil. From seed to harvest, packaging to storage, containers to ship, trucks to roads, these supply chains lead to food, the focus of conservation today. Food that cannot be brought to the homes of hungry families so that the mothers and fathers never have to ration their children's food and hear the cries of their hungry child, or give up their own meal so their child doesn't have to experience the pangs of hunger. These are harsh realities. As we diligently march towards the gradual decarbonization, fossil fuels remain our most realistic and expeditious improvisation for addressing the most adverse food system lines to ensure food security. This is the physical, literal, realistic change to be able to deliver on the promise established 80 years ago on the right to adequate food. The United States has always been looked as a shining beacon of hope, a gateway to humanity's future, founded on the unimpeachable virtues of liberty, equality, and steadfast in the ethical imperatives of welfare, justice, and dignity, and driven boldly to lead by example. By expanding the scope of our Feed the Future initiative, our President, Biden, has reaffirmed our unfaltering commitment. It is a time for all of us, as we collectively represent the world's 20 largest economies, to work together and build on the progress we have already made. We must fearlessly continue the copious work that still lies ahead of us. It's time to show our citizens, our foreign neighbors, our fellow men and women, that our promises are not empty, that our outrage is real and conviction is unwavering, just like the superheroes our children imagine us to be. This forum, these conversations, and the discourse to follow today, I mark this as a compelling watershed in our struggles. But we cannot forget that at this very moment, across America, single parents are shopping for groceries, forced by insufficient budgets to choose between fresh vegetables and lean proteins that will feed their children for 2 days, or boxes of far less nutritious pasta that provide for an entire week. A heartbreaking plight nobody should face, not in 2022, not ever. These are difficult choices to be made, sobering concessions to digest, and a pragmatic roadmap to be plotted that prioritize grace and humanity over politics and caustic saber rattling. These are discussions we need to have today to influence that parent's ability to choose between aiding short-term hunger or choosing long-term health for their family. It's very basic. We must devise alternative plans to keep the energy flowing, to stabilize market shocks, to mitigate a deepening energy crisis, and reopen the plentiful grain gates of Russia and Ukraine to the world. Plans conceived with redundant safety nets, oversight, and adaptability, born with the spirit of pragmatic neutrality, intended as a less aggressive, non-interventionist proxy to the imposition of price caps that do not work. We need a program that can be managed and maintained through clear and transparent reporting mechanisms, with banking support from trustworthy institutions and multifaceted administrative superiors. A program that needs to be crystallized, that in short order will adequately feed the hungry, comfort the afflicted, and dramatically rebuke the all too comfortable warmongers and profiteers who pose the greatest threat to peace and security on a global scale. And most importantly, we need a confident first step in the right direction, a bridge towards progress and resolution, a gleam of contagious hope that every living soul on this planet is urgently in need of. My wife, Sharon, and I are blessed with 2 young children. Our divine inspiration, we watch them play in wonderment, interacting harmoniously with all other children, the ones that look and speak like them, and the ones that don't. They are the future, our legacy, and our source of tremendous clarity and reflection. The unconditional love and universal acceptance humbles me and sometimes makes me embarrassed to be a grown-up. Sharon and I firmly believe that the answers we seek are simple and infinitely achievable. We just have a history of making the journey unexplainably complex. All of us in this room and on this planet must commit to a solemn covenant, impervious to race, gender, socioeconomic, or geographical divides, an unbreakable promise to all generations that have and will come to be, that every human citizen on this earth will soon be guaranteed the dignity and respect they inherently deserve. Of the question, where do we go from here? The inspirational leader and civil rights visionary Martin Luther King declared, "Our world is bruised and battered by a universal blight that knows no boundaries, an epidemic that does not discriminate, an abomination that won't be solved without compromise, compassion, and undivided resolve. We must steel our conviction, draw our strength from a higher power, and learn from our children that we must, from now on until the very end of time. It is our only hope." Thank you. Thank you. Now, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce a true champion of defense and security, an Indonesian patriot, an emissary of global peace and unity, a bridge builder towards the abolition of all food security, and a brave line front warrior in the battle against the grave threats that undermine health, prosperity, and wreak havoc on the very fabric of society, the Minister of Defense, Republic of Indonesia, and my dear friend, Prabowo Subianto.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita sekalian. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants of the Global Food Security Conference organized by the Atlantic Council. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak, to give some remarks on this topic. Since yesterday, I took note that a lot of participants coming from many parts of the world with their impressive background and expertise in the field of agriculture, food security, and I'm sure by the brief moments I was here, I'm very confident that all the contributions, all the remarks, all the comments, the suggestions, recommendations will, of course, I understand, be compiled, and I think this will be a very valuable contribution to finding solutions for the threat of global food insecurity that is facing our planet. Actually, I would like to thank and commend the initiators of this conference, Mr. Fred Kempe and the Athletic Council, General Wesley Clark, Mr. Guaraf. I call him Mr. G because sometimes a bit difficult to pronounce your surname. It's also difficult to pronounce my surname. I think my surname is longer than your surname. I would like to thank the initiators for this effort. In fact, in my opinion, the main topic of the whole G20 summit should be about food security. In my opinion, food security, or shall we say the threat of food insecurity, is an existential threat to humankind, because without food, there is no civilization, there is no humankind. Because of the experts attending here, I do not pretend or aspire to give an expert's perspective. I will give an overview of the Indonesian perspective on this issue. And perhaps this can help contribute to our general understanding. First of all, food, energy, and water actually is one cycle that is interrelated. To secure food, we need water. Water is the essence of life. And to secure food, the speakers before me have emphasized the importance of energy. In this cycle, which in front of us has proven to be a threat of scarcity. This is compounded by more threats that compound this existential threat. First, whether we like it or not, there is a population explosion. Maybe this is sensitive. There are part of the global elite still very influential, still very powerful, even in my country, that do not like for us to talk about population explosion. But if we are a real leader, sometimes leaders must say unpleasant things. This is a dilemma, it's a paradox, especially for politicians. Especially for politicians who want to get elected. Fortunately, the Indonesian general election and the presidential election is still rather in the future. This is the dilemma of people in leadership position. If we warn about a danger coming, they accuse us of being pessimistic. My president, President Jokowi, this year alone, I think has spoken maybe 25 times more in public, warning the Indonesian people that we are facing difficult times. Next year will be very difficult. And there are people who accuse him of spreading pessimism. And I understand, maybe some people cannot accept the necessities of how do we face this population explosion. For instance, Indonesia, our increase in population every year is 1.9%. That is 5 million new babies every year. 5 million new mouths. 5 million, the size of Singapore. Every year in Indonesia, there is a new Singapore. You see, Indonesians, when they face adversity, they laugh. Indonesians are happy people. Sometimes we don't know what's ahead of us. Maybe we will go somewhere happily. What I'm saying is this. Every 10 years, a new Malaysia. What government in the world, what expert in the world can consider feeding 5 million more mouths a normal and an easy challenge? My friend Mr. G has said he's very proud of feeding his family. A leader of Indonesia must think of feeding 5 million babies every year. Every year. Anybody who wants to run for president of Indonesia, I think, should consult his psychoanalyst, I think. The challenges in front of our government is not an easy challenge, but it is not something that we must be afraid of. As a former soldier, you know, they say former soldiers, old soldiers never die. They just fade away. General Clark has faded away today. He's supposed to be here in front of me. But, you know, many old soldiers, like myself, like General Clark, you know, old soldiers never die. They just fade away. That is somewhere. But in Indonesia, old soldiers never die and they never fade away. Until the Almighty God calls us. Then not only do we fade away, we are called away very fast. So this population explosion is something in front of us. 5 million jobs, 5 million new spaces in schools, in hospitals. This is the dimension of our challenge. Climate change. We feel it. Jakarta is the sea level is increasing 5 centimeters every year. And during one of my visits to the coastal area of Tanjung Priok, families, the water is in their living room. They are sleeping in their bedroom with the seawater in their bedroom. Climate change is not some theory. It is in front of us. In Kerawang, which is maybe what, 1 hour from here, the sea has come in maybe already at least 3-4 kilometers. 3-4 kilometers, maybe more. Kerawang lebih banyak ya. Kerawang sudah berapa kilo itu masuknya? Ya. Kerawang, you are from Kerawang, are you? 3-4 kilometer. Gue baru ngomong 4 kilometer dari. Pinter aja loh. This is the speaker of the West Java Parliament. So climate change for Indonesia is real. Can you imagine 4 kilometers times 200 kilometers long? 300 square kilometers, how many hectares have we lost from productive land, from arable land, from our rice bowl? Kerawang is the rice bowl of Indonesia. And of course, in front of us, geopolitical conflict. I just would like to reiterate, Indonesia, our traditional foreign policy is one of friendship to all countries. We respect all countries. We respect all great powers. We are free and active in our relationship. We always try to maintain equal in our respect and relationship. We consider ourselves, by history, Indonesia was one of the founders of the non-aligned movement. I would like to reiterate this because although we consider United States as a very good friend and strategic partner of Indonesia, the United States having many times assisted Indonesia in our darkest moments. The United States have supported our war of independence. So we acknowledge this friendship, but as a good friend, sometimes we have to be courageous enough to remind our friends, remind our close friend who we admire, who we want to emulate. I think the top Indonesian intellectuals, educated leaders, most of them are educated in Western countries. I think many of our leaders understand and have read your Declaration of Independence. We also aspire to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That is our goal also for our people. But this is important. In any geopolitical conflict, there are always two sides to a story. And each side is convinced they are right. Each side is willing to die for what they consider to be right. I have to remind everybody, there is always two sides to a conflict. The important thing is, do we want to resolve the conflict or not? If we do not want to resolve the conflict, we are entering a very dangerous region and a dangerous zone of time. A few days ago, I was listening to a remark by a very senior former United States military leader, Admiral Mullen. I think 3 days ago. I think Admiral Mullen was the former chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Please correct me if I'm... He was the former chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff. He reminded everybody, it's on the YouTube, we are in danger of a nuclear war. We are in danger of a nuclear war. We hope, we pray that the leaders of the world will be wise and enlightened. But we have seen in history many great conflict, many great explosion, conflagration happen out of accident. Wars happen because of accidents. Sometimes wars happen because of one lieutenant or one captain who start firing because he was afraid. Therefore, what we talk about is compounded by these threats. Geopolitical conflict on all matters, in our opinion, the situation of the world, the fact that our planet is getting smaller, we need wisdom, we need compromise, we need patience, we need the courage to go halfway. Zero-sum game victories, I don't think is feasible in the current state of the world. We can be right, but are we doing it in the long-term interest of our people? Without food, energy, and water, economic crisis, social unrest, civil war, failed state. Therefore, food, energy, and water is existential. Indonesia, we have been blessed the last 3-4 years with very consistent and very big rainfall. However, now we have to be prepared. After the phenomena called La Nina, we have to be prepared for El Nino. And when El Nino comes, we have to be prepared for several years of dry weather. Therefore, it's also part of our initiative, the Indonesian defense community. We are working very hard to secure water. We are exploring for water in the dry parts of our country. I think last 2-3 years, our military, we have drilled and we have made pumps, energy in something like 700 sites. And within this month, our defense university, we have sent survey teams, and we will drill, I think, another 120 water pumps. And also, what is very interesting is there is a new geological phenomena, actually. The experts tell us there are underwater rivers flowing to the coast of many of our islands. And this is very, very, very prevalent in volcanic islands. And we are, I think, the largest island groups with volcanoes. There are many underwater rivers flowing every day to the coast. And now our mission is to find where it goes out and then to trap them in flexible pipes and bring by pumps this fresh water to the land, inland to the villages. So actually, the existential threat, there are solutions in front of us, and solutions which are not technologically very difficult for us. It flows every day, every hour. We have also big rivers that are flowing to the sea, and with water management, with water engineering, we can make very, very good use of the water that's available. The key is the will to find solutions. When we talk about food security, there are some things, again, that's unpalatable to be spoken of, but I will say it anyway. Slide selanjutnya. How do we deal with food insecurity? To be very frank, if the political elites of all countries have cohesion, are united, do not fight amongst the elite who wants to be what. And the elite are informed, want to learn, want to study. And the elite will not be swayed, will not be influenced by traders. I want to make it clear, I'm not against traders. I was, before going into politics, I was a trader myself. Trade, business, that is what fuels human growth and human enterprise. But in this matter of food security, sometimes the traders think short term. The political leaders must think long term. The traders think of annual profit. It's not their fault. They are traders. They think of annual profit. Political leaders must think 5 years, 10 years, 25 years ahead. But sadly, many countries, including my own country, sometimes our elite are nearsighted, uninformed, sometimes do not want to be informed. I have been talking about food security in Indonesia, I think, for the last, 20 years. When I retired from the military, I was elected as a chairman of the Farmers Association. And after that, I was elected also as the chairman of the Small Market Traders Association. Maybe many of them come here to listen to me. We have what now? Something like 16,000 traditional markets. 16,000. And always the challenge is between the big supermarkets and the small traditional markets. How do we reconcile that they live together, not killing? The big guys absorb all the profit, and the small guys die because of lack of oxygen. This is the challenge again. And many of our elites also, now after we see the conflict in other parts of the world, after the FAO, the WHO remind us, then now everybody talk about food security. But let me say very frankly, maybe 3 years ago, many of our elite do not even want to address the matter of food insecurity. So I think this is something that we must take note of. And therefore, events like this is very important as part of the educating the elite. Solving hunger, solving food insecurity, yes, it's about seeds, about technology, about this and that, and yes, but more important is the unity, the cohesion, the ability amongst national elites and international elites to work together. To cooperate, and this is easier said than done. I do understand that. So our goal must be, as all the experts say, feeding 8 billion people. The problem is availability and affordability. The problem is some of the countries have secure supply of calories and secure supply of protein. And that is the challenge, how we can reach zero hunger, which is SDG number 2, the Sustainable Development Goal that we must all aspire to. Here we see the dark green, those countries secure calorie supply, and the dark blue secure protein supply. Food security, the essential thing is also trade, food trade. We see many countries that are reliant on calorie imports. We thank the Almighty God that Indonesia actually, we need not be reliant on calorie imports. We are now self-sufficient in rice. We are also able to produce maize on our own, and we have alternatives to wheat. The other essential element of food security, as everybody has mentioned, of course, is synthetic fertilizer. Half of the world is reliant on synthetic fertilizer. Also, the reserves of potash and phosphate is also not distributed equally around the world. It's concentrated in Canada, Russia, some parts of the world. This will affect global food production, and therefore, once again, let us not be morally upset about the use of food as weapon. Food has always been a weapon throughout the history of mankind. Thousands of years. Wars have erupted to secure food, to secure land, to secure water. So let us be very realistic, ladies and gentlemen. That's why leaders must always calculate the entire spectrum of the threat. As a former military officer, we learned that war is not just the beginning or the war start with the firing of a shot. No. War is already a spectrum. Trade, competition is war. Financial war. We can destroy a nation by destroying their currency. So, once again, leaders must always think the entire spectrum. Because, as I said, a conflict has two sides. One side may be strong in this area, the other side maybe is strong in the other area. And two conflict sides, they want to win, they want to survive. Therefore, they will use all weapons at their disposal. That is the lesson of history. Fertilizer will be strategic. Because of the source of fertilizers, source of the ingredients of fertilizer, we must be prepared for daunting challenges ahead. We all know, everybody's talked about the vicious the cycles that are emerging, food price increasing, oil very high, the price of natural gas is already 10 times higher than 2 years ago in Europe. Cost of maritime trade, 3 times pre-pandemic average. Interest rates rising, price of fertilizers increase, and this results in cost of living increase, real incomes falling down, the ability to cope, small families, farmers, decreasing, the financial power of several countries decreasing. What is the result? We have to be prepared for social and political unrest in many parts of the globe. Some more figures, wheat price have risen 200% in 2 years. Palm oil, nearly 200% in 2 years. Indonesia, very fortunate, we are the largest producer of palm oil. And at one time, we were embargoed by Europe, our palm oil. But it turned out perhaps to be a blessing in disguise. Because we could not go to the European market, we are forced to use our palm oil for biofuel, for biodiesel, and now we have biogasoline. Sometimes threat, sometimes adversity result in opportunity. So maize, sugar, soybean. We understand also the components of food, that energy, very strong component. A lot of people have spoken about this. Corn, high component. Soybean, wheat, I think nearly 40%, 38% component is energy. Rice, not so high. Peanuts, not so high. Protein crisis in the next 25 years. The demand for protein will rise quite significantly from now around 324 million tons a year to nearly 600 million tons. 80% increase in the next 25 years. And like it or not, I think we have to reassess the propensity or our habit of eating a lot of meat from cattle, from chicken, from pork, because the input for 1 kilogram of body weight meat we need for cattle is 31 kilograms of input. For pork is 10 kilograms, for chicken is 4 kilograms. The most efficient is fish, 2 kilograms, and some even 1.7 kilograms. So the future is actually aquaculture to provide our protein needs. This is force of nature. Those who adapt, those who want to learn, those who want to invest will survive. And actually, the resources are in front of us. Once again, Indonesia is blessed by the Almighty God. We have many challenges, but we have a lot of sea. I think we have one of the largest, the longest coastline in the world. I think maybe Canada and Chile, more than us. But Indonesia is, maybe we are second to Canada, I think. The longest coast. Can you imagine how many hectares of aqua farms we can have on the coast and off the coast? We have now 23 million hectares of arable land. But we have also 120 million hectares of forest. Sad to say, about 80 million hectares of our forest are degraded, are already degraded. So, what is our vision? What is my strategy, which I proposed to my president, that the degraded forest we convert to productive land to create food and energy. They are already degraded, but before they supported forests. That means the land is fertile by the greed of many short-term, how can I say that in an audience that's a lot of Americans here, you know? Because, right? But I would say that many capitalists are very greedy. Even some capitalists, they are proud. They say greed is good. That is the essence, I think, of neoliberalism, right? There are capitalists who say greed is good. Let me be richer and richer, and I don't care what happened to the poor and the hungry, you know. Once again, I do not criticize capitalism per se, but I'm saying we have suffered. It's not anybody's fault, it's our collective fault. Whenever God has given so much blessings to a people, sometimes the people become complacent and the people become negligent in protecting their resources and their future. So, can you imagine if the 80 million hectares or 88 million, I think the data is there, yeah. If we convert only 16 million, our Bapanas, our planning agency calculated 16 million of those 80 million degraded. If we convert this to food production, we can be the breadbasket of the world. So this existential threat and this, let us say, ecological or environmental disaster, we can turn around to be environmental and food opportunity for the world. It does not, we do not need too much technology. We do not need, the nature has given us this, let us say, comparative advantage. 16 million hectares, let us say 8 million for food and 8 million for energy. We can produce renewable energy, clean energy, bioenergy from a lot of plants, from palm oil, from aren, palm sugar, from cassava. We are in a tropical climate. We can have 3 crops a year. 3 crops a year. With good management, good technology, good management, can you imagine the increase in production? We also have 225 million hectares of marine territory. We also have, within that area, there's 23 million hectares of marine protected area. This is the breeding ground where our fish, the fish of the world, come to Indonesia to breed and to lay their eggs. The fish of the world breed in Indonesian waters, lay their eggs in Indonesian waters. So, Indonesia's current role. We are now #1 grower of palm oil. We are now #5 grower of cassava, without the additional 16 million hectares of land. We are now the #2 producer of captured fisheries. But we have a vacuum. We have a need for 40,000 fishing boats of 300 gross ton to 500 gross ton. We have a need of 40,000 fishing boats. This is not including the aqua farm that we plan to build. By the way, if any of the participants are still here on the 15th or on the 16th, I will be visiting fish aqua farm. If any of you would like to join me, I will be very honored if you would like to see that this is not a dream. In the future, we are ready. Some of our entrepreneurs are already carrying this out. And by the way, making a lot of money. But that is the risk, high gain. To be the pioneer is always very courageous, need courage. We are the #1 grower of seaweed, healthy protein, antioxidant. It's against cancer. And we are now already, alhamdulillah, self-sufficient in rice production. Kita sudah swasembada beras. So I think joining Jokowi in this government, I think was a correct decision on my part. I'm proud that I joined. Much to many opposition from my own party. But as I said, that's the challenge of leaders, right? Sometimes we have to have the guts to choose unpopular positions. At that time, it was popular. At that time, it was unpopular in my own party, but now they come to realize, oh yeah, that guy is not that stupid. You know, sometimes soldiers, we have the reputation of having no brains, especially infantry. I was in the infantry, you know. The smart guys in the army, they always go to the engineers and the artillery. Those of us who are average, they send to the infantry. But now the developments in a certain part of the world where there is now open conflict, I will not say where, it's somewhere in Europe, the development of war tactics, now they say it is the return of the poor bloody infantry. One infantryman can destroy a tank with a rocket, which costs only maybe $100,000, can destroy a tank which costs $5 million. So I think I made the correct decision also at that time when I was young, joining the infantry. And as a former soldier, I realized the importance of food. I come now to a topic. My favorite topic actually is cassava. But this is also Bill Gates' favorite crop. I think cassava will prove to be the savior crop of the world. Indonesia, I think, can become the foremost producer of cassava, and cassava is the most efficient in the need for input, for water, etc., etc. If you see here, the input for cassava is quite efficient. Produces 250,000 calories, but only need 65, cubic meter of water per metric ton. Considers to rice, 1,139, wheat, 954, maize, 850. Very efficient. Cassava is now a strategic food crop. It can produce the replacement for wheat, for pasta, noodles, etc., bread. Here I've examples. This is already in production by our entrepreneurs. We are producing pasta from cassava. Instant noodles, rasa mie goreng, cassava, singkong. This Korean beef mushroom, cassava. We can produce bioethanol. We can produce alcohol, vitamin, bioflavonate, other products, bioplastics, glue, explosives, feed for cattle. Cassava, very efficient. We have seen that. Health benefits, 100% gluten-free. Low glycemic index, high in iron and calcium. I continue. I think I've taken a lot of the time. Cassava products already in the Indonesian market. Here we also see we already have the patents for modified cassava. We call it MOCAF. We also have the intellectual property rights for the industrial processes. There's already a factory in Bangka producing cassava. I hope the inventor of Mocaf, Professor Subagio, please stand up. I hope he's the cassava professor, I think the foremost in the world, working many years in Nigeria, in many parts of the world. And we see they're producing processes. There's also Mr. Fidrianto, an entrepreneur, a courageous entrepreneur who pioneered the industrial production of Mocaf. So we also now starting producing our logistics strategic reserve. So let me conclude by how I see Indonesia's future role. I think we will be the #1 exporter of wheat flour equivalent, Mocaf, from cassava. We will also be the #1 exporter of sustainable marine aquaculture production. We will be the #1 exporter of sustainable shrimp aquaculture production. We do not want to deplete the natural fish. We have to preserve it because we are the breeding ground for many of the fish of the world. We will also be the #1 exporter of sustainable lobster aquaculture production. So we will be in the forefront to produce protein and calorie in the world. We want to be a factor in solving global insecurity threat. And we invite partners from all over the world to join in. Can you imagine? 16 million hectares. How many combined harvesters? How many tractors? How many silos? How many railroads? How many harbors? How many technologies? How many scientists? How many water engineers that we can accept and we can absorb? So we are open. We invite all partners from around the world that I think we can be a factor for growth. Indonesia can perhaps be an additional factor in the growth of the world economy and in really providing solutions to overcome world hunger. In conclusion, you see, they did not give coffee here for me. If they give coffee, maybe I speak for another 2 hours. It is my opinion that I hold very strong to successfully handle the challenge. We need global peace, and we need global partnership. We have to work together. If we can come to this, if we can reach out to our adversaries, if we can overcome past mistakes, if we can admit to ourselves that perhaps we have made some mistakes, and we can work in a global partnership, I think we can solve the problem. But, as I mentioned, in any country, without the cohesion, without the unity, without compromise, without cooperation amongst the national elite, there can be no national prosperity. To have prosperity, we need peace. That is the lesson of mankind history. I was a former soldier. I know the ravages of conflict. There is no benefit to war and conflict. Sometimes we are forced to. But as a former soldier, I realize we must avoid conflict. That does not mean that we must be defenseless. No. Apparently, humans as a species are very prone to domination and to take what is in front of them that is not protected and defended. That's the human nature. I think that concludes my remarks. Let us work together to achieve understanding, compromise. Hopefully, in this G20 in Bali, the name of Bali, of the Balinese people is Pulau Dewata, the island of the gods. So we hope that there will be magic and miracles in the island of the gods. Let us work for peace and prosperity. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Minister, that was a tour de force. That was just amazing. In a moment, you'll hear the minister on a panel with General Clark and with Gaurav. For the moment, I just wanted to make one announcement. We want you all back here this evening, 7:30, 8 o'clock, for our concert. We have John Legend, the great singer. We have Sandu Sandoru, and we have the U.S. Air Force Band back with us again. We're not going to take, because we're a little bit over time, we're not going to take the coffee break. So if you need a break, please take your break as you can grab it. And with that, I want to turn your eyes to the screen to see Senator Stabenow, another message from the United States, the chairwoman of the Agricultural Committee.
Hello to everyone taking part in the Global Food Security Forum. Whether you're in Bali or joining remotely from home, thank you for being here to discuss the incredibly important issue of global food security. As chairwoman of the United States Senate Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry, food security at home and abroad is a top priority for me. And we're facing a truly unprecedented hunger crisis, as we know. Many factors have caused the rates of food insecurity to skyrocket, including the COVID-19 pandemic, the climate crisis, and Putin's war in Ukraine. Some countries are experiencing historic drought, while others are faced with record levels of flooding. These extreme weather events harm farm and livestock production and displace people from their homes and communities, as we know. The World Food Program estimates that as many as 828 million people go to bed hungry every night, and about 50 million people are at risk of famine. This should be completely unacceptable to all of us. Farmers play a critical role in providing U.S.-grown food for those in need in the form of commodities and ready-to-use food that can save a child's life. But it's also critical to help build local markets and invest in development projects so that local communities and economies can be more resilient and withstand shocks. It's important that we use all of the tools in the toolbox to respond, because each situation throughout the world is unique. In Congress, we're starting consideration of the 5-year Farm Bill, a process to reauthorize the food and farm programs in the United States. This includes programs like Food for Peace, the McGovern-Dole program, and the Bill Emerson Humanitarian Trust, which are critical to address global hunger. The Senate Agriculture Committee has a long history of bipartisanship, particularly in supporting international food aid. I'm working with Senator John Boozman, the top Republican on the committee, to advance a strong bill that protects and enhances these programs. Congress acted this year to provide additional resources to respond to the extraordinary levels of food insecurity we're facing. But we know that more must be done. Thank you for joining in the fight to ensure that we tackle global food security in a way that benefits all of those we represent around the world. I look forward to working with you as we tackle this important issue.
Please welcome to the stage senior anchor of CNN Indonesia, Desi Anwar.
Hi, everybody. Okay, well, welcome to the next session, which is hopefully the fireside with 3 very distinguished speakers, 2 of whom you've actually heard today. But if everybody can please settle down, and I know that we're very late this morning. Okay. If everybody please find their seat. We do have 3 very distinguished speakers coming up, and including our Minister of Defense, Prabowo Subianto, and also General Wesley Clark, and also Gaurav. I mean, wow, what can I say? I mean, Fred, Atlantic Council. I'm speechless. I mean, what an amazing lecture we've just heard there. And I'm just, it's incredible, the breadth and the substance. And I think we can all agree that we learned a lot from Minister Prabowo's lecture. And I think his own Atlantic Council forum. I mean, this is encapsulated everything about food security. And, what can I say? Well, I hope he's coming back to join the session. And I've been asked to stall for time here, so forgive me. Things have been very weird somewhat this morning. Anyway, food security. We've listened to the keynotes this morning, and we know that food security, global food security, is very much present-day challenges. And of course, our food supply system, the entire global food system rests on the premise of global security. If there is a disruption in the global security, it will affect food security. And the reason being is that we're not such a globalized world. We're so interdependent with one another, particularly for our food supply. There's not one single country in the world that can actually feed their own people without importing food, without getting food supply from other countries. And then once this supply chain is disrupted, obviously, this is a real threat. And we have had terrible, terrible global shocks recently, what with the pandemic, which actually brought the world to a halt. We've had, we are in the middle of a war in the Ukraine, which is obviously affecting food supply and also trade. And we are also in the middle of an global economic crisis, rising food prices, inflation, energy crisis, and of course, these are global challenges that need to be resolved on the global basis. Global problems need global solutions. And I think this G20 forum, this G20 summit is a very, very good opportunity for world leaders to actually gather together and find solutions for these problems. Now, I would now like to invite my three panelists to the stage. I'll start with General Wesley Clark, Chairman and CEO of Wesley K. Clark and Associates, a consulting firm. And General Clark is, big hands, please. How are you, sir? Please take a seat. And General Clark, of course, welcome to Bali, welcome to Indonesia. General Wesley Clark is a former NATO Supreme Allied Commander of Europe and a retired four-star general. And it's interesting when we talk about food security, we are turning to our military expert to help solve some of the problems. Once again, welcome, sir. And our next speaker, Minister of Defense of the Republic of Indonesia, the man of the moment, Minister Prabowo Subianto. Hello, sir. How are you? I just want to say, very impressive. Like I said, I was telling Fred and our friends from the Atlantic Council, I mean, I'm speechless. That was a really good, long lecture. But I also would like to remind you, sir, 2024 is still, 2 years away? Okay. Last but not least, we've listened to his keynote speech before, very impassioned speech. Gaurav Srivastava, founder of Gaurav and Sharon Srivastava Family Foundation, also chairman of various groups such as Harvest Commodities, Paramount Energy and Commodities, and Unity Resources Group. Gaurav, thank you for joining us again. And let's have a big hands, everybody, for our speakers. Okay, Minister Prabowo wants to have a...
No, it's okay.
Do you want some water?
No, I have my own special coffee.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Coffee Bixby, you know.
Okay, we have a coffee for the minute. How about you, General? Would you like anything to drink?
I'm good.
This is going to be a very long conversation. I thought I'd warn you. This will be probably another hour of conversation, if you don't mind me. It's not every day we have star generals addressing us. So we really do need to take advantage of this. Okay, once we've done with the coffees and everything, let's start with you, if you don't mind, Minister. Let me start with General Clark. After hearing your incredible lecture, we learned a lot, obviously. Just your thoughts on the food security. I mean, General Clark, you were the former NATO Allied Commander for Europe, and there's obviously some of the things that was mentioned, the idea of food security is very much tied with global security, with hard security. And just your thoughts on our minister's speech, and also how do these two interlink in your perspective?
So first of all, I think Indonesia is really setting a very, very high standard for approaching the issue of food security. And I'm very impressed by the technology, by the work on cassava especially. And this is the way we have to move forward, just like we discovered fish farming about 30 or 40 years ago, and it's spread around the world. Cassava may be the miracle, carb of the 21st century. And I think Indonesia's got a leading role in this, so I think that's really impressive. I think when you look at food security, I agree with what Minister Prabowo has said. It is about more than food, it's about water, it is about energy. I do think we have to be sure we've got the right balance. When we talk about food security, it's about availability, it's about affordability, those things, but it's also about taste. Everybody grows up with a comfort food, and tastes change over time. Now, my wife, her comfort food is a baked potato. I don't care that much for baked potatoes, but she likes it. I like spaghetti and meatballs. That's my comfort food. People have these, it's partly what you grow up with, it's partly changing tastes as you mature. But we have to take account of expectations that people have. And the protein map that you showed, Minister Prabhu, was really interesting to me, because when you look at people in Africa and you look at the amount of protein they can get, the amount of calories they can get, of course, that's the first thing you go with.
Yep.
But when these people come to London sometimes, or Paris, they might be looking for McDonald's. And so it is about expectations, it's about availability, it's about affordability. I think we have to harness the best of government leadership and private sector leadership in this space. I think what I've learned in my, I studied economics of underdevelopment at Oxford. I looked at it in Vietnam. I worked it in, as best I could, in Bosnia and looked at how they could recover. And for the last 22 years, I've traveled around the world and looked at countries. Look, you have to use the profit motive. It's just like what Minister mentioned about cassava, and this man who has engineered the best way to do it, has to be profit in it. So it's the balance between government leadership and vision and the private sector picking up the step, having the right incentives and signals to unleash creativity and technology.
Okay, so the partnership was obviously very, very important between government and the private sector. But let me just put it back to, you know, food nutrition obviously is very, very important. And but let's frame it back to food security. As we know, with, you know, what's happening in the war in Ukraine, I mean, even Indonesia, we were affected, you know, because we still import a lot of wheat, for example, and fertilizers. General Clark, what would you see as the biggest challenges? What is the state of our food security at the moment with what's going on in the world, and your own definition of food security? Because we are completely interdependent when it comes to, you know, the food system is very global. And then once you have these blockages, and once you know, the supply side is disrupted, I mean, how can we mitigate that? And where do you see, you know, the challenges of food security?
Well, I think we have,
as a global security.
look, we have to elevate consideration of food security. It's grown in importance each year and each decade, really. But in order to import things that countries need, they have to export. And governments have to help set the incentives for this. So if Indonesia wants to import, let's say, cell phones and electronics from China or the United States or someplace, then how does it get paid for? And all of this has created, in the area of food, this incredibly complex network. And so it becomes something that what COVID has taught us, what the Ukraine war has taught us is, this must be a higher priority in all international discussions. We've got to strengthen these supply chains, listen to what our people need all over the world, and then governments have to work together to meet those needs.
And just on the global security side of it, I mean, obviously, if we have global security problems, it would impact the food security, vice versa. And we have, for example, you know, the climate change issues, and sometimes in the future, if not already, the fight for resources and diminishing resources will be a big problem as the world is trying to feed, you know, over 8 billion people. And the other thing is that we have a very unequal world. In some areas of the world, like you mentioned, Gaurav, we have oversupply of food, and in some parts of the world, is, you know, the people go to bed hungry. How much of a threat do you think is food security to global security, especially seeing that what we need is global stability in order to get food security?
Well, I think what we are experiencing is one of these moments in history where humankind goes up or down. We have 8 billion people. We're in an incredibly complicated world. We still have old aspirations, old ideas, like some people think of the world as a chessboard. You know, this is my country, that's your country, I want your country. We have to get rid of these old ideas of nationalism and move together toward a new understanding of our responsibilities for humanity. It's a step-by-step process. It's a generational process. And along the way, we've got to let go of some of the anger and hurt from previous generations. This is true in Europe, it's true in Africa, it's true in Asia, and it's true in my country. We've got to look toward the future. There's incredible technology opportunities, so it's a make it or break it time for humanity.
Is food security a real threat to global security?
Right. Well, food security has been brought to the fore by the war in Ukraine. So this is the moment, as Fred Kemp was saying yesterday, we've got a crisis. Use it. Make something different out of the way the world is structured today. You know, we've had the Food and Agricultural Organization for 70 years. It's great. We have the World Food Program. It's fine. Now, look at the current situation and let's move forward. What's the next step we need? How do we harness the strengths of government, the vision of government, with the initiative and technologies of the private sector? This should be a principal issue at the, as Fred was saying earlier, at the G20, and we hope they'll really tackle it.
Okay, Gaurav, I mean, let's pick up on that. You know, your idea, what is food security, the definition of food security? Where are we now? Are we at the critical, junction when food security is threatening our global security? And also, like you also mentioned in a very impassioned, keynote speech about, putting every child should not go hungry anywhere around the world. So how do you see this?
I think it's one thing to talk about these global ideas, but at the end of the day, what matters is what we are doing back home. And being in conflict areas, you start understanding that food and energy and oil and water, these are national security issues. For far too long, they have been considered not to be. And I think that narrative has to change. Given today the conflict in Ukraine, given today the COVID-19 pandemic, given where we just came from, I think this thing has been exasperated in our face. Indonesia, which has several hundred million people, they cannot be...
We have 275 million.
275 million. I don't know the exact number. That's why I didn't want to quote.
Let's hope we don't have 700 million people. That would be a lot of mouths.
I said several hundred.
Okay.
But the point is that there are so many people, and the choices are they need food to eat. They need to fill their cars with gas. And the choices they are being asked to make is should they to take sides in a conflict. And I think it goes back to what the minister said, is this policy of remaining as a nation that is neutral and cares about Indonesia first. I think it's important. And I think while it is really important to focus on global issues, it is also important to understand that the issues are local. Because if there is lack of food, it is cause for serious security issues. And the conversations that are now being had back home in the United States, I think a lot of those conversations have to be in that direction. It is also important to remember that the government is not the one who is buying and selling oil or buying and selling food. It is traders. It is private businesses. And I think it requires industry, requires thought leaders, requires government to work together in conjunction with traders to see what works, not impose policies that ultimately do not work. And that's what I think.
So it's very important, the partnership between the government and the private public partnership.
Public-private
yes.
partnership.
But I think the important point is also because we are so globalized, we're so interdependent for our food supply. Our whole global food system is so entwined. So how do you see this going forward for countries to actually not only just increase their resilience, but within the countries themselves, there's inequality when it comes to access to affordable, nutritious food. What is the best way to address it? Because it's not just an international or global issue, but it's also within the national itself. There is great inequality when it comes to food security.
There is a short-term issue, and then there are long-term issues. I think the short-term issues which need to be addressed is how do you deal with this imbalance? And yesterday we were talking at a round table, and we discussed ways of setting up special licensing programs to be able to work together and allow trade to flow. And the other point is, at the end of the day, country needs to be self-sustainable. And in several conversations with the minister, his key idea of making Indonesia independent, taking issues that are security, whether it is defense, whether it is food, or whether it is energy, and making sure they are independent is key. And so I think there is a short-term objective, which we look by working on this program. And then the long-term objective is creating self-sustainability. That's what I think.
Minister Prabowo, and actually Indonesia for the last couple of years, we didn't import rice. We actually got an award from the International Rice Research Institution for rice self-sufficiency, but we do still import other things, like, for example, wheat and fertilizer. Just, just very quickly, I mean, we know what you talked about the strategy of Indonesia, creating a food resilience, national resilience, self-sufficiency. But given that Indonesia has a G20 presidency, now what would you actually like to see the concrete outcomes from this summit when it comes to food security and creating global food security for everybody?
I think when you noticed the remarks of the speakers before me, also my remarks, I mentioned that there is food insecurity problem, but this problem has been compounded by, as I mentioned, population explosion, climate change, and geopolitical conflict. Climate change needs political wisdom and leadership from all countries. Population explosion needs wisdom, leadership, courage from the national elites. But geopolitical conflict, as I mentioned, needs statesmanship, needs leaders with a historical vision and a realistic approach. I think this is what we hope from the G20. We are very happy. We hear that President Xi Jinping of China and President Biden of the United States will meet. This is I think, a very optimistic event. By meeting, by communication, by interaction, these two global powers must show global leadership, global statesmanship, global wisdom. So this is our hope from the G20. So the problems of food security, hunger, is a current, a clear and present danger because we understand 300 million people are already starving, basically. Another 500 million on the verge of starvation. But this is all related to geopolitical reality. We understand 30% of wheat comes from Ukraine and Russia. We understand potash, phosphate is a resource very scarce. Fertilizer dependent on potash, dependent on phosphate. So, yes, you asked me what we hope from the G20. We hope statesmanship, wisdom to overcome this.
Okay, the G20 itself, we've come in a very, very challenging sort of environment, not just because it's post-pandemic, but there's a war in the Ukraine, a global, economic crisis and inflation, and of course, tension between China and the US, for example. So it's, and of course there is a Russia situation. But how optimistic are you that world leaders can actually sit down, with that wisdom and statesmanship that you're talking about? And the other thing is Indonesia. This is our presidency. What can we offer as a country, to address and also to maybe, facilitate the path to global food security as well as global security?
Okay, in my opinion, there are, let us say, optimistic goals, idealistic goals. There are also realistic and modest goals. I prefer to have realistic and modest goals. Indonesia, in my opinion, our contribution to the international geopolitical situation is that we succeed in making or taking care of our own house. We must keep our own house in order. Indonesia needs peace, stability, and with peace, stability, we can provide solutions. As I said in my presentation, that with a little bit of investment, with a little bit of rearranging some of priorities, we can be the breadbasket of the world. This is not something impossible. This is mathematics. We have already 80 million degraded forests. We must take care of this. With our planning agency calculating 16 million hectares, if we convert this, this can be the breadbasket of the world. So we can be a solution to the world. Number two, energy. We have to go to renewable, clean energy, green energy, to cut down global warming. That's number two. This, in my opinion, realistic. We take care of our own house. We have peace, prosperity, smart investments. We can be the source of protein to the world, source of calories to the world. That is our contribution. In the real sense, we are non-aligned. We are friendly with all the major powers. So, we can be the intermediary. We can promote dialogue and friendship. So I think, in my opinion, that is our, let us say, modest goals and idealistic goals.
Yeah, and this is also an opportunity for Indonesia to showcase what we have and what we're doing, as you very well displayed in this morning's lecture. Now, General Clark, your thoughts, please. Do you agree? What kind of leadership can Indonesia, give in this circumstances, and also for the U.S. as being the global security power, what can the U.S. do in order to promote global food security and make sure that, everything's in
Well, I think the United States can do several things. Now, we're going to hear later from some American experts on this, and so I don't want to say that I'm an expert on this, but I have looked at it, and I think, there's the role of the American dollar. And so we have to be very aware in the United States that when we use interest rates to deal with domestic American inflation, it has worldwide consequences. I know we are sensitive to that, but we just have to remain sensitive to it because countries all over the world rise and fall based on how the Federal Reserve System responds to, in some cases, U.S. domestic economic concerns. So that's the first thing. Secondly, I think the United States has done a remarkable job with the technology of agriculture for things like row crops. So I've done a lot of work with the corn farmers in the United States, and you look at the productivity of corn. Now I'm going to use the term acre instead of hectare. There's about 2.5 acres to a hectare. But back when I was growing up, if you got maybe 60, 80 bushels of corn per acre, you were a great farmer in Iowa. In the 1990s, we were up to 90 bushels. Now the average in the recent years has been 170, 180 bushels of corn per acre. And in some cases, we're getting 350 bushels of corn per acre. Why is this? A combination of factors. It's private sector, farmer ingenuity, government leadership in terms of agricultural extension. So I think if we look at these principles and try to help countries all over the world with technology, some financing to get it started, sharing our systems on how we look at farmland, how we evaluate its need for nutrition, how we use what's called precision agriculture, taking advantage of GPS to know for each meter of land what exactly are the nutrients that are needed for each crop. If we look at some of the Israeli technologies on drip irrigation, for example, we can do amazing things. And so I think the United States has to lead. But I think the United States has to be very careful in doing this because we have a spirit of generosity in America, but we have something called Public Law 480, which enables us to take surplus U.S. agricultural commodities and ship them abroad in times of need as a measure of relief. Sometimes in doing that, we've actually undercut domestic agriculture in those countries that have been the beneficiaries. So I think we have to be careful. It's what the old joke is, if you are in bed with an elephant and it turns over, you can be crushed. And so the United States, for starting really 100 years ago, became the elephant in world finance in so many areas and in food. We have to be very careful about this because, as Minister Prabowo is saying, there's so much potential in Indonesia, in Nigeria, in DRC, elsewhere in the world. We don't have to rely on row crops in the United States. So we've got to use our leadership wisely.
Okay, well, just very quickly, what would you like to see the outcome of this G20? What concrete results, maybe maybe agreement or, what kind of things would you like?
Well, I think what we'll see is already in President Biden's talking points, he's elevated the issue of food security. And one of the things we're going to do from this conference, I hope, is give talking points to the White House so that we get further intensification of this focus on food security. It really is a fundamental. And I think the White House is coming to understand this. It's not something about getting farmers to vote for a particular political party, so therefore you've got to be nice in Iowa. It's much bigger than this. And in the United States, we're fortunate because we don't really have to import food. We do like shrimp, get some of it from here, and tuna, but we don't have to. It's a matter of taste. So in the American discussions, we've misunderstood and underestimated the issue of food security.
Yep.
We have to change our appreciation of priorities.
And okay, Gaurav, I mean, the general mentions about innovation, technology. Obviously, food security, it's important to have innovation as well as technology. And more importantly, actually, is to energize people to care about food production. What are your solutions to achieving greater food security by strengthening, for example, the farmers, or involving the young people, women, and all sectors of society to focus on this?
I was talking to one of my friends from Africa, and they mentioned that the U.S. is kind of at the head of the kite. And once there is turbulence at the head of the kite, the effect is felt all the way at the back, and there is a big lag that happens. It's important to understand that for the reasons that we have been the elephant that turned left or right, the reasons are we need to be really careful and work together and understand that working with our partners like Indonesia and with other nations is the way to build alliances. By providing maybe financing through institutions like DFC, working with policymakers. And we have had several conversations, General Clark and I have several conversations with folks at the White House, folks in Congress and Senate, on these critical issues as to the role that the U.S. can play. And it's important to understand that we cannot put countries like Indonesia in that impossible spot to make a choice. Because the realities of what we are facing back in the U.S. and the realities here in Indonesia or other countries are too separate. And the basic sustenance needs of working together is essential. The war in Ukraine is an essential conversation to talk about. And I was in New York right around the time when we had the Citizens Award on October 19. And I had conversations with one of the members from the UN. And they showed, and she told me of this large discrepancy between the support that goes to the issue of Ukraine and what's happening in Africa, what's happening in Asia. The value of human life is the same, whether it is a child in Ukraine, or whether it's a child in America, child in Africa, or child here. It's all the same. And the conversation that behooves us today is how do you create a program that prioritizes food security, energy security, and national security as one issue. And hopefully we will be able to achieve that with
and this is what you like to see
states.
come out of from this G20 summit. Okay, we've run out of time, but let me just ask a final question to Minister Prabowo, or maybe you'd like to read your note first. All right. In your presentation, I mean, there's a lot of gloom and doom about, the threat of nuclear war. I just want to ask how, how critical is it? I mean, do you think there will be soon, at some point, wars due to climate change and when food supply gets disrupted and when, people are fighting for diminished food resources, energy resources, water resources? Is this something that, in your... Do you visualize, do you foresee this is something that is of a threat that keeps you awake at night?
Of course, I basically, deep down in me, I am an optimist. Yeah, but as someone who has to deal with security, defense, we have to deal with reality. And of course, our reference are to the players, the big players. So when I hear very senior US former military leaders saying they are worried about nuclear war. When I hear many strategic thinkers like Professor Kissinger, Henry Kissinger, when I hear very important academics whose life is about studying geopolitical conflict, like Professor Mersheimer or Professor Jeffrey Sachs, or many of the leaders of the world powers, when they talk that they're worried about nuclear conflict, then I'm worried, you know, because we are basically we don't see the logic of a major world conflict in this time and age. Ideology-wise, every country can choose their own way to prosperity. Every country has their own right. You know, the West have been very successful in democracy, but some other countries have succeeded. You cannot deny that China has succeeded in their economic growth. They have succeeded in eliminating extreme poverty. We cannot hide this. We cannot denigrate this. So the success of the West, yes, but we have to see the success of China and the aspirations of other countries. Brazil, Nigeria, South Africa. So what I'm saying is that I base my assessment on the assessments of the big powers, of the strategic thinkers of the big powers.
Okay.
When they say they are worried, well, I think it's also logical that I'm worried.
Okay, not to end on the pessimistic note. Thank you very much, Minister Prabhu, for that remark. Well, let's hope this G20 summit will be, you know, the path to global collaboration, will be the way to world peace, because this is what we all want, right? Okay, big hands, please. General Clark, Minister Prabhu, and also Gaurav, thank you very much for an interesting fire chat side. And I would now like to give the program back to the next session. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage founder of the Srivastava Family Foundation, Sharon Srivastava.
Hi. Our world is riddled. Our world is riddled with inconsistency. Why do some go hungry and others have more than enough is something that I've thought about for as long as I can remember. Many circumstances beyond one's control play a critical role. Your postal code, your ability to get an education, your support system, your gender, your race, your economic status. I'm Sharon Srivastava, and my husband Gaurav and I founded the Gaurav and Sharon Srivastava Family Foundation. It is because of my husband's unwavering commitment and service that we're here today. And we're honored to have partnered with the Atlantic Council, Fred Kempe, the Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Indonesia, and the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, my dear friend Annie and her husband, Pa Hashim, on this most important forum about the state of global food security. Thank you for attending and for being part of the conversation with us. As an American, I live in part of the world which thrives on abundance. We pride ourselves on equality and on philanthropy. But sadly, we do still have millions who go hungry every single day. In Los Angeles, where I live with my husband and our children, we have astronomical rates of hunger. Neighborhoods have become food swamps with people unable to find accessible, affordable, and nutritious food choices. And we're talking about one of the wealthiest cities in the wealthiest country in the world. Nearly 30 million American children rely on their school lunch as their sole nutrient-rich meal of the day. And while great programs have been implemented to ensure that they get fed at school, one meal a day is not enough for a developing child. When my children come home from school each day and make a dash to the fridge, I know it's stocked with healthy options for them. But I know that for far too many mothers, that's not the case. So many mothers and fathers are forced to make the impossible choice every day of buying food or letting their kids go hungry so that they can afford other basic necessities. Food or healthcare, food or transportation to work, and it shouldn't be an either-or scenario. Food insecurity is everywhere, and regardless of location, the impact on a child and a family can't be overstated. I have seen children unable to attend school or to get an education that could help lift them and their families up out of poverty simply because they don't have enough food to fuel their bodies and their brains. Far too many children and adults don't know when their next meal will come. Nearly 100 years ago, a covenant was created. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 established food as a basic human right. It was intended to ensure that our nations protect people from hunger, from starvation. And that's nearly 80 years ago that our nations united to speak in one voice and say, food is a human right. Yet still, these impossible choices between food or other necessities are being made by parents around the world each and every day. So what are we going to do about this? Today, we are called upon to have these difficult conversations. And I implore you, as you're doing through these panels and conversations, to reflect on what we have done to help achieve food security and on what we as a collective must do to move forward. And with that, it's my distinct pleasure to now introduce Christopher McLennan, Canada's Deputy Minister of International Development and personal representative of the Prime Minister for the G20 Summit, to the stage to offer his insights into how Canada has been stepping up as a global food security leader and where its food and humanitarian priorities lie ahead of the G20 summit and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to the Foundation, to the Atlantic Council, for inviting, actually you didn't invite me, you invited the Prime Minister. My deepest apologies. I am a very poor stand-in, but the Prime Minister will be arriving a little bit later, as we all know, in advance of the G20, the Leader Summit, which begins in 2 days. So, as all of you know, we are facing an unprecedented global food crisis. Global food prices are at historic highs, and hunger and malnutrition have been on the rise since at least 2015. It is estimated, and I'm sure you've heard lots of numbers today and you'll hear many more, it is estimated that 828 million people were facing hunger in 2021. A heartbreaking 345 million people now live with acute food insecurity, and 50 million are on the brink of famine. A number of factors have led to this increase in the rate of hunger, notably conflicts, climate change, and COVID-19. All these factors have been inducing more and more vulnerability into already strained food systems and are reducing the likelihood of achieving the Sustainable Development Goal of reaching zero hunger by 2030. Russia's unjustified and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has exacerbated this crisis. The invasion has driven the cost of food, fuel, and fertilizer to record highs, which the United Nations Global Crisis Response Group is calling the largest cost of living crisis of the 21st century. High food prices are affecting everyone in the world, but it's the poorest and most vulnerable who are disproportionately affected, as they spend most of their income already on food and other basic needs. This is especially true in sub-Saharan Africa, where the numbers of hungry and malnourished are growing faster than anywhere else. This food crisis is expected to worsen in the next year as agricultural productivity declines, driven largely by reduced fertilizer affordability alongside climate and conflict. In these challenging times, we are also deeply concerned by Russia's continued disinformation over the causes of global food insecurity and their use of energy, food, and fuel as weapons of war. It is unacceptable that Russia prevents food from reaching markets and then spreads disinformation that sanctions are to blame, while in fact no sanctions address food, fertilizers, or foodstuffs. As one of the breadbaskets of the world, Canada has a long history of being on the forefront of solutions to world hunger and is committed to doing its part to address the global food crisis. To date, in 2022, Canada has allocated a record amount of more than $615 million for humanitarian food and nutrition assistance. This funding is essential for saving lives and alleviating the suffering. However, humanitarian assistance is not designed to address the root causes of hunger and malnutrition. This immediate support must be accompanied by critical investments to strengthen the resilience of global food systems in the longer term. This is why Canada provides support for agricultural development and food system transformation to developing countries, dispersing over $600 million in 2021. Now, in 2020, the Series 230 initiative estimated that governments and donors would need to double their levels of investment in development assistance for agriculture and food systems and spend an additional $33 billion US per year to achieve zero hunger by 2030. As we step up to address the global food crisis, I would like to highlight a few priority areas for the Government of Canada in our efforts globally. First, we need to ensure sufficient nutritious food is produced in a climate-smart way, sustainably increasing domestic production in countries where agricultural productivity has been under-realized. Ensuring farmers, particularly women, have access to land, seeds, and essential inputs is fundamental to these efforts. Fertilizer, and we've heard a great deal about fertilizer already, I enjoyed the panel, is a vital input to many agricultural systems and is at its least affordable levels since the 2008 food crisis. High prices can reduce use and undermine future harvests. We heard General Wesley Clark mention just the increases in Iowa alone on corn. Improving access to and sustainable use of fertilizers alongside sustainable soil health choices must be a priority. Second, we need greater diversification and a better flow of goods along agri-food value chains. In the past, food systems and value chains have been designed primarily for economic efficiency. However, given all of the disruptions we're seeing, unforeseen, foreseen, and increasing, they must be redesigned for resilience. This can mean diversifying import sources, diversifying the staple crops that are grown, having strong local, regional, and export-oriented value chains, or diversifying diets through expanding nutritious food options. When shocks do arise, and they will, and we know there will be more shocks, implementing effective and coordinated responses to maintain the flow of goods is key. We've seen the importance of efforts like the Black Sea Grain Initiative to get grain moving out of Ukraine following Russia's invasion. We saw these efforts reduce global food prices for all, as well as to ensure humanitarian shipments get to the poorest and the most vulnerable. Third, we must listen to and work with our partners in the Global South. We must prioritize country-led, locally owned, and participatory approaches to ensure that actions are informed by local realities and needs and contribute to strengthening local capacities. I was very happy to hear General Clark as well mention the importance of not undercutting local markets with food exports. This includes working with women, Indigenous peoples, and other marginalized groups in the decision-making processes on food. Fourth, we should do more to help directly poor and marginalized farmers maintain their operations in the face of shocks through risk-sharing tools like credit and crop insurance. Finally, as a fundamental priority across all of these actions, we underscore the need to take gender transformative approaches if we are to build resilience in our food systems at all. Women and girls are disproportionately affected by food insecurity and malnutrition. In fact, 60% of the world's malnourished are women. At the same time, women are key players as both consumers and producers of food, making up nearly half of all the world's smallholder farmers. Canada recognizes that women are powerful agents of change and can actively contribute to advance climate-smart agriculture and improve food security and nutrition. This is why our Feminist International Assistance Policy aims to recognize and address the barriers that limit women's success in agriculture and food production. As we help build more resilient food systems, we need to take a gender transformative approach that disrupts the current ways of working and puts those most impacted in the driver's seat. Only then can we hope to reach zero hunger by 2030. On a final note, I would like to thank you again for the opportunity to speak today and to share how Canada is focusing our efforts in response to the crisis. I look forward to the continuing discussions that are taking place today. I think, quite honestly, a year ago, food security was not on the G20 agenda, not at all. I was at last year's G20 in Rome. It is a fantastic sign that groups like the Atlantic Council are pulling together, with the help of the Foundation, pulling together conversations like this, because these types of conversations are what underpin the policy and political discussions that need to take place to respond so critically and so quickly as we've needed to in responding to the food crisis. So, thank you very much.
Please welcome, from Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs of Indonesia, Luhut Binsar Panjaitan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Bali and welcome to Global Food Security Forum. I'm glad we can gather here in Bali to discuss how we can solve food security problems and create a solution to achieve food security and resilience. Amid the current world condition with the pandemic, the peak of global inflation, the Ukraine-Russia conflict, it affects the significant increase of food and energy prices. Crude oil prices are expected to be above $120 a barrel in the remainder of 2022. Previously, only $42 a barrel in 2020 and $70.42 a barrel in 2021. On average, in July 2022, compared to January 2022, energy like coal prices increased by 91.26%, and natural gas by 40.5%, and crude oil by 25%. On average, in July 2022, compared to January 2022, food prices such as corn increased by 1.5%, soybean by 14.75%, and wheat by 7.26%. We identify several challenges in the agriculture sectors. First, global warming makes the climate even more unpredictable and causes crop failure. To mitigate future causes, Indonesia enhanced national determined contribution target, national policy developments, climate change adaptation policies, and transparency frameworks in the agriculture sector. This way, it leads Indonesia path toward net zero emission by 2060 or sooner, and is able to reduce greenhouse emission from a business as usual scenario by 31.89% unconditionally and 43.20% by 2030. Second, insufficient of supply chains. Due to the highly fragmented industry, with many intermediaries producing supply-demand mismatches. Also, infrastructure has not yet been established evenly throughout the remote areas. Processing facility is also far from the farming areas. Third, the low interest of younger generation farmers due to the cost of farming in Indonesia and the low yield. The fertilizer price is high due to an interrupted supply chain. Farming technologies and machinery are expensive compared, so Indonesia farmers still do the operation manually. To this matter, the government of Indonesia is formulating a presidential regulation for national food security to develop top priority commodities such as rice, corn, soybean, shallots, chilies, garlic, and sugarcane. The government of Indonesia also continuously improving several key factors. First, increase the land area for these commodities, pursuing cultivation research and development in superior seed, farming innovation and technology, and food processing. Improving the supply chain through an integrated food estate program and necessary infrastructure so we can cut costs and deliver a better product. Boosting the interest in farming in the younger generation and continuously enhancing formal and informal training. In addition, we have established a food estate program where there will be an integrated ecosystem and a good collaboration between the government, farmer, investor, or off-taker. The government will provide essential infrastructure services, machinery, mechanization, equipment, permits, and a farmer partnership with investor and off-takers. Investor will provide the working capital for the farmers based on the agreed-upon cost analysis between champion farmers and investors. And there will be a profit-sharing scheme between investor and farmers. As a pilot project, we have established food estate in Humbang Hasudutan, North Sumatra, where approximately 12,000 hectares cultivate horticulture plants starting from potato, shallot, and garlic. We also integrate the project with science and technology park for herbal and horticulture. There will be genomic sequencing research and development to produce superior seed cultivation and understand herbal and horticulture profiles in Indonesia. This project is an integrated hub with the collaboration between private and international experts and companies, local and government universities, and local farmers. We hope this project can also contribute to economic development in the Lake Toba area to ensure economic equality in the surrounding area as it provides a new employment opportunity and education for local people. Next, we will build food estate in Central Sulawesi and Central Kalimantan, focusing on crops such as corn, sugarcane, cocoa, and cassava. Ladies and gentlemen, we can indeed participate in securing global food security. Start from you contributing to your community. It contributes to your country and the world. I'm sure that today all Global Food Security Forum participants will have a fruitful and productive event. I would also like to thank to the Atlantic Council and Minister of Defense for co-hosting this event, and I hope through this forum we can create solutions to achieve sustainable development goal to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. Thank you and enjoy Bali.
Please welcome to the stage Deputy Director of Foresight Scowcroft Strategy Initiative, non-resident Senior Fellow, Global Energy Center, Peter Engelke.
Well, good morning, everyone. I hope we've all had a productive and enjoyable conversation this morning. I know I've learned a lot myself. As stated, my name is Peter Engelke. I'm with the Atlantic Council, and we're going to be exploring on this panel for the next 45 minutes the state of global food security. Not a small topic, but really looking into what we consider to be the primary challenges facing the world when it comes to the question of food security, and beginning to explore some of the solution sets as well. So joining me on the stage, I have an illustrious panel of experts and officials who really run a gamut, I think, both geographically and in terms of their areas of expertise. And I'd like to introduce them for you. So to my left is Ambassador Vasil Hamihanen, who's the ambassador of Ukraine to the Republic of Indonesia. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
To his left is Bo Holmgreen, who is the founder and CEO of Scholars of Sustenance, which is an organization focused on food waste in Southeast Asia, and also here in Indonesia. Then we have Dr. Michał Kurtyka, who is the former Minister of Climate and Environment for Poland, and I believe you're also a brand new non-resident senior fellow at the Global Energy Center, which is a sister center here at the Atlantic Council. And I would like to personally to welcome you to the Atlantic Council family.
Thank you.
Then to his left, we have Guy Margulies, who is the Principal Deputy Foreign Policy Advisor at U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. And then at the end, here we have Lakshmi Prasvita, I hope I did that correctly, who is the Head of Communications, Public Affairs, Science, and Sustainability for Bayer Indonesia. Welcome. And then I see that we do, in fact, have on screen, joining us virtually, is Maria Teresa Nogales, who is the founder and executive director of Fundación Alternativas, which is located in Bolivia. And so there she is right there. Yes, MT, can you hear us?
I can. Good morning.
Welcome. All right. Well, welcome to you all. So as I said before, we only have, unfortunately, 45 minutes for this incredibly important conversation, and really a diverse set of perspectives we're going to be hearing from this morning. So let's get into the questions. So really what I want to do first is ask all of you to answer the same question, if you will, which is basically, specifically I should say, what do you see as the most pressing current challenges to global food security? A big question, and if you can all find a way to squeeze your answer into a couple of minutes if you can. So Ambassador, to you first, please.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here and to speak to the gathering. Thank you. Well, it will be a difficult task to answer within 2 minutes, but I'll try.
Sure.
So I will not be repeating what is going on in the food security globally, but because we had a lot of speakers, we know what happens actually, but I would say that the biggest challenge in food security issue is that we should watch it and perceive it as a complex. That's very important. Because food security is not just about a grain going from somewhere to somewhere. It's not just one link. It's a complex of problems that coming from the seeds and then diesel fuel and then chemicals and then fertilizers, then labor force, etc., etc. And after that is trade and logistics. So now, when one link is undermined, then everything else is undermined too. And now food security is in grave danger. So main thing I would say that we have to view this as a complex problem. And to deal with this problem, it's very important to go through a few stages. Like first thing is to see the roots. What is the root of the problem? Now when we're talking about Ukraine, right? Because there are many other factors, but Ukraine, as people used to say, war in Ukraine. We identify the root as war in Ukraine. The next stage is to recognize it. And on the stage of recognition, I think we have to speak very bravely. It takes a lot of courage to identify this, to acknowledge that this is Russian aggression against Ukraine. So we're not dealing with the war in Ukraine. We're not dealing with Ukraine, basically. This subject is Russia. Third, we have to identify the instruments, how to deal with this, basically how to deal with Russia, with Russian aggression, with the regime that made it possible. And the last one, to take actions. So basically, this is the algorithm, and I think the world is stuck on the, well, globally is stuck on the second stage of acknowledgement that, it's not a conflict in Ukraine. It's not a Ukrainian crisis. It's not like war in Ukraine, like nameless war in Ukraine, but it's Russian aggression against Ukraine. See the roots, cut the roots, cure the disease. Second one, this problem is accumulative. What I mean is that it's like a traffic jam. It takes 10 minutes to get a jam, and then it takes like 1 hour to get it resolved. So to mitigate the consequences of the food crisis, it will take maybe months, maybe years after what happens. And every day, every week of the aggression will get 1 month, 2 months, maybe years to get it resolved. So we have to look at it globally, we have to be responsible, and we have to be very much courageous and brave to acknowledge, to say A, what is A, what is B, B. So very important thing is that the world should unite to face it. It's not a good thing to deal with 50 crises at the same time. It's like, pouring the water from the spoon onto the fire when you can use the fire extinguisher and just extinguish the fire in a couple of minutes. So rather than to deal with 50 different problems, food security, logistics security, energy security, whatever it is, we would rather deal with one problem. And the name we know, it's Moscow fascist regime. So basically, I would say that if we are united, we are stronger. If we are united, we can resolve everything. And I would say that in this situation, we can, like a global community, be leaders, and use the rule of law rather than rule of force. Last one, just last one. I personally don't understand why and how it happened that a little man confronts the 10 billion of the world, global population. And everybody is trying to say that, well, everybody's afraid of this man. I mean, he is one, and we are the global community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. So Bo, same question to you. You work in this region of the world. From your perspective here, how do you see sort of what do you think is the most important or most pressing challenge related to food security from the perspective of your work?
Well, I come at it from a different way. We have spent a lot of time. I'm an engineer, so I use a lot of statistics to focus us. And basically, in 2016, we analyzed the entire farm-to-fork concept, and we decided the best place we could have the biggest impact on food security right now and fastest was by going when it falls off the fork, food waste, right? In fact, we cannot rescue what's on the fork, so it's right before, it's everything that doesn't go on the fork. From supermarkets and hotels and so on, we rescue that, inspect it, get it safely in our cool chain technology to people. But what we found then and what focused us so much was stunning. There were two facts that made us go, why we do this and where we did it. And the first one was, we back then called it 10-7-1, but now it's 10-8-1. That tells you how fast it goes. And I totally admire General Clark yesterday for the observation on going from 2 billion to 8 billion people, and we can still make food. But the best part of it is, we are indeed almost 8 billion people in the world. But today, this fantastic food supply chain makes more than enough food, actually more than enough food for 10+ billion people. So you would think with all that extra food that everything would be good. Yet 8 billion people, more than 10 billion food, 1 billion of us goes to bed hungry every night. So we simply have a distribution problem. And that is best seen in the old adage. You have heard this a million times. Don't give people fish, teach them how to fish. Well, our slant on that is, that's true, but until then, let's at least eat the fish that's already out of the ocean. Mm-hmm. And that's where we come from. So we need to simply fix this distribution problem, right? We have a very high level, we call it food equity, where we hope one day to change access to good nutrition to not be based on just money in your hand, but also based on desperation and need. So we have to go to a better way of looking at our food supply chain, because there's enough of it. The other reason why we're now doing it in Southeast Asia is that more people in Southeast Asia than anywhere else in the world is coming out of poverty into middle class. And what happens then? Then they will start throwing the same amount of food away. And sadly, that food waste is just going to explode. So we came to Asia for that purpose, and if we can rescue all that food waste from those who are now in the middle class and get it to the still poor people, then we are getting the nutrition cycle around. And the whole reason for doing it is not just for food and getting food to people and so on, but it is the circular economy, and get the circular economy going, especially in countries like here and Thailand and Philippines. It's immensely exciting because the populations are so huge, and if you can get the circular economy to work, we can go very far. And then, of course, the final thing is that every kilo of food that would have been thrown away, because we're focused only on surplus food, every kilo of surplus food that doesn't go to the landfill will not create methane gases and will not hurt the environment. So, you know, again, being an engineer, we measure everything as down to the CO2 kilos that we save the world for and so on in emissions.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Bo. Michal. Same question, easy question to ask, hard one to answer. But you have a top-line answer to the question: how do you see the most pressing challenge facing the world when it comes to food?
Thank you very much. And let me get a little bit earlier in our history. In 1709, 600,000 French people died out of starvation. 18th century is basically a climate change, but the other way around. The temperatures actually declined. And so there was less and less food available. And in 1783, to be more exact, on 6th of June 1783, a volcano erupted in Iceland. 20% of people died of starvation there in the following year. And then all hunger spread over Europe. And many historians right now consider that one of the main trigger of French Revolution was this problem. But interestingly, on the 5th of October, 1789, when people in Paris ran to Versailles, it was not because they lack food, but because they have learned that the day before in Versailles there was a sumptuous banquet. And so what was the problem? It was inequalities. And so we are right now facing a world which is entering into a period of chaos. And inequalities will be playing a very difficult tricks to us. And we must foresee a world in which there could be a domino effect, you know, starvation, social disorder, political problems. And let me right now take my hat of COP24 president. So I was presiding over climate summit in Katowice in 2018, operationalizing the Paris Agreement, and I right now come back from Sharm el-Sheikh, where COP27 is happening. And so let me put my environment and energy hat and add to that in today's intertwined world, and thank you very much, Ambassador from Ukraine, for reminding us that Russian aggression against Ukraine is sending tectonic waves on the world in terms of energy prices, gas prices, food prices, inflation, insecurity. That's an important element. But the other important element is the equivalent of volcano erupting in Iceland in 1783 are today's energy technologies. They are polluting. They are not preserving water, pesticide, plastics. All that is making us living in an intertwined world. And what is going on in Ukraine is impacting Indonesia. What is going on in Indonesia is impacting US. So we must tackle this problem together. And that's the challenge, how to tackle insecurities of today's world all together, and then how to build a world in which we will be having a different set of values. The growth will not be based only on the pursuit of, if I may say, profits and productivity, which is bringing a lot of benefits out of globalization, but also out of respect for our planet and out of engagement of people.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wonderful comments. So Guy, so you are with U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. From your perspective, how do you see the challenge? I suspect your perspective is unique, but very important.
Thank you very much, and it's an honor to share the stage with this distinguished panel. Specifically, I want to echo something that the ambassador said about Russia's brutal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has led to substantial food insecurity. It's led to disruptions in food, fuel, and fertilizer, as the ambassador mentioned, as other individuals at this forum have mentioned. And this is something that we focus on very clearly because it sends a very important lesson. The lesson is that conflict, that war, has severe impacts on global food security. And that's why a major focus of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, Admiral Aquilino, every single day says his #1 focus is to deter conflict, is to practice what the Secretary of Defense calls integrated deterrence, to use all forms of national power in collaboration with our allies and our partners in a multilateral whole-of-government approach to deter conflict. But one thing I want to emphasize is that when we think about security and deterrence, it's not just about the absence of war. It's not just about deterrence, deterring conflict. It is about the prosperity and the livelihood of people. That's what it comes down to at the end. And I think we need to expand our focus of what we define security as. And that's something that we think about every day at INDOPACOM. It's about how do we promote a human-centered approach to security, because that is ultimately the way that we are going to promote a free and open Indo-Pacific that respects the rules-based international order. If I could just highlight a few key statistics. In the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command area of responsibility, there are 36 countries. 32 of them are either island countries, archipelagic countries such as Indonesia, or countries that have a coastline. Those countries rely extensively on maritime trade for their food security. A lot of countries, specifically in Oceania, 20 to 30% of their imports are food imports. It is absolutely critical that the rules-based international order be respected because it is the lifeblood of these countries. In Fiji, it's 20%. In Timor-Leste, it's 30%. So just a few examples. And at Indo-PACOM, we have a few key lines of effort that we are focused on to promote the rules-based international order. If I could, I'd like to highlight just 3 of them. One is our Women, Peace, and Security programs. We collaborate on a gender-focused approach because we recognize that a gender-focused approach is a key way to promote resilience, and resilience is a key part of food security. 2 is we collaborate with our allies and partners to fight illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing, IUU fishing. This is a key area of focus because so many countries in Oceania and the region rely on fishing for their livelihood. And lastly, climate change has a huge impact when it comes to food security or food insecurity. Our Center for Excellence Disaster Management partners with our allies and our partners, to include Indonesia, to include our other allies and partners in the region, to look at the impact of global climate change and to see how we can partner and work together to deter some of the biggest impacts. So again, bottom line, we need to deter conflict. We need to promote the rules-based international order, and that's how we're going to achieve food security. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And Laxmi, so same question. How do you see the challenges facing us in the world today when it comes to food?
Yeah, okay, thank you. And I would like to greet my Minister of Agriculture, Pak Syahrul. Assalamualaikum, Bapak. And we have also Secretary General of Ministry of Agriculture, Pak Kasdi. Selamat siang, Bapak. And Pak Hashim. Please allow me to sit here and talk about the food security, and I will talk about the food security in Indonesia. So if we have a look at the Global Food Security Index in 2022, actually Indonesia is improving. Yeah, we are green in the food security. So congratulations to us. We can weather the storm of this global supply chain disruption. But if we zoom in detail into the Global Food Security Index, the highest score is in the food affordability. So it is affordable. The government is doing really good in managing the inflation in Indonesia. However, if we take a look at more detail at the lowest point is the food availability. So that is the lowest point in the index of food security in Indonesia. The food availability having the lowest score is because of due to the supply chain, the global supply chain disruption, the access to the farming technology, the access to the farming R&D, yeah, and those are the things that we need to put our attention if we want to improve the food security index of Indonesia, yeah. So the importance of the access to the technology to the farmers, the availability of the input, and the access to the global supply chain infrastructure. So I stop there. Maybe we discuss more about what's the solution then from the private sector view on this on this pressing issue of security.
Okay, thank you so much. And MT, I hope you can still hear me.
I can.
Wonderful, and it's so nice to see you virtually. Same question over to you. You're working in Bolivia, and you see the world from that perspective and from other perspectives. From that geographic region, as well as from your own experience, how do you see this equation?
Sure. I mean, I think we can all agree that we're facing a set of compounding factors. Climate change, the loss of biodiversity, degraded and contaminated natural resources, economic insecurity, energy insecurity, rising inflation. Urbanization, I think, is a subject that's not touched upon sufficiently, which is definitely changing not only our production, but also our diets. Certainly war and conflict, which has been put on the table on several occasions throughout this forum. High food prices, the high cost of fertilizer, food export bans, all of this is, presenting a very challenging scenario in terms of being able to guarantee people's right to food. But in addition to all of this, I would like to highlight two factors. One, the invisibility of all those people who work and are part of our food systems. So the people who are producing our food, who are transporting our food, who are commercializing our food, are often not really taken into account in decision-making processes. And I think that influences our ability to really come up with effective solutions, because if the actors whose livelihoods are involved in our food systems on a daily basis are not a part of the conversation, then we additionally are not able to understand the challenges that they face in order to ensure that we can have enough food and that food is available to all. So in this regard, I think one of the great weaknesses that we're facing are governance challenges within our food system. And I'll stop there so that we can delve into some additional questions.
All right, well, thank you so much, MT. So I see that we have roughly 19 minutes left, and we've gotten through the first set of questions. And so I think that leaves us time for one more round robin. I've heard a lot of themes put on the table. They're all enormous and all important. And we've talked about war and conflict and the importance of unity. Urbanization is another one that we just heard about. We've heard about food waste. So there's a lot to cover here. And what I'd like to do maybe is to go to each of you and have you talk maybe a little bit more about your own area of expertise, as well as how you see, if you will, the solution sets. And so because we have so many panelists and so limited time, it's always unfair to the people who go last in the sequence. So I want to make sure that I balance that out a little bit. And let me start by going last to first for this round. So MT, you said your last word was probably governance, I think is what I heard. So let me turn to you first and ask you, how do you see the governance piece as a critical, maybe even the critical piece when it comes to solving the problems that you focus on?
Sure, thank you. And yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, governance is what sets the rules on how things are going to function. And so in this light, in terms of food system governance, we're talking about an absence of a normative framework, country to country, region to region. Additionally, as I was mentioning, most of the actors that are involved in our food systems and that make, food available in our households and in our communities are actually operating in the informal sector. They're very vulnerable to system shocks, and they do not participate in decision-making processes. So certainly, in terms of finding solutions to the challenges to food security, they need to be part of decision-making processes, which means that our processes need to be very participatory. They need to be transparent. They need to be inclusive. And in addition, this was put on the table earlier by one of my colleagues, is this concept of the rule of law. We need to make sure that our countries are strengthening the mechanisms that ensure that the rule of law is sustained. And that's especially important when we're talking about generating guarantees for private sector investment. Because if our countries cannot guarantee, private sector investment, then those are not going to come into fruition. And finally, and I would say this is a huge problem in Latin America, is the absence of data. And without data, we cannot make informed decisions. And so I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of governance and decision-making processes and ensuring that we have sufficient data to make appropriate decisions, to make wise investments that can actually help us improve infrastructure and logistical systems and supply chains and production.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Lakshmi, maybe I can turn to you next because you were, yes, you were fifth on the list. I want to make sure we come to you sooner rather than later so that we're fair.
Thank you.
You said something in your remarks about, about the private sector. Obviously, that's the sector you're in and you come from. So I'm wondering if you might speak a bit to this sort of business model or models that might be applicable to solving some of the problems that you're focused on.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah. So what is the private sector view on this food security challenge? And how do we sort it out? So, at the heart of the agriculture, of the food production, at the heart of it is the farmers, and we know exactly that most of the producers of the food in this world is smallholder farmers. Yeah, about 80% of the food production in the world is produced by the smallholder farmers. 70 to 80% of the agriculture land is in the process by them. So it's very important that we empower them. We empower the smallholder farmers. We give them the access of technology, the most, if possible, the most advanced technology as fast as possible to the smallholder farmers, so that they can get all the opportunity, the best opportunity they can have to produce more food. Yeah. So the government of Indonesia has been very open with this access to technology by allowing the latest technology of the biotech to enter Indonesia and to be used by the smallholder farmers to improve their productivity. However, it's not enough. The training to the smallholder farmers and equip them with the technology itself is not enough, because when they produce lots of foods, where do they sell this, the harvest? This is very important. So not only we empower the smallholder farmers, which is very, very important at the center of the food security, but also how to get the farmers into the supply chain of agriculture, into the business supply chain. And this is where it gets more complex, yeah? Because we need to create an ecosystem of business on rural level, not only involving the smallholder farmers, but also the rural entrepreneurs, so that the ecosystem of agriculture in that rural, can have a viable business model. And only with this viable business model, we can then sustain the food production, yeah, to weather all of the disruption in the supply chain. And so what we do as the private sector is we develop a public-private partnership approach to develop the business model, what we call as the closed-loop business model, where we lined up all of the actors along the supply chain, from the smallholder farmers, the bank, the insurance, the agro input providers, and then the off-taker itself, so that all the risk of the business is distributed evenly along the supply chain, and everyone in the supply chain bear the risk. And this model will be very it is for the bank to give a safety for the bank and financial institution to pour the money into the supply chain. So it is I think an effective model that we can try to scale up to make it bigger, and also to replicate in the other area. So with the empowerment to the smallholder farmers with the most advanced technology, include them in the supply chain of the agriculture, and also being inclusive as well to the local entrepreneur, yeah, the small agriculture kiosk in the village, for example, into the supply chain. And if we zoom out more macro to the more global level, to include this as MSME, the micro, small, medium enterprise, into the local supply chain, regional supply chain, and then global supply chain. By creating this business model all together, all of the public and the private sector together, I think we can have a bright future in the food security.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that answer. Guy, you're next on the list. So you spoke about, among other things, right, the roles and responsibilities that your organization has in sort of the area of freedom of navigation, and the current challenges, of course. But over the longer run, what do you think the keys are to sustaining a world wherein we have freedom of navigation in most, if not all, places that count, including places in this part of the world? Yeah, if you could just maybe give us your thoughts on that piece.
Sure, thank you, Peter. I think it's not just freedom of navigation, but freedom writ large, a free and open Indo-Pacific, freedom of commerce, freedom of aviation, all the freedoms that we rely on as part of the rules-based international order. Yeah. So freedom of navigation, of course, is critical because so many of the countries in this area rely on maritime trade specifically, but it's not just that. And it's not just the United States either. We need to act together with our allies and partners, with all of the agencies of our governments, and that's a key focus that we have over at INDOPACOM. I just want to highlight perhaps just two initiatives that the United States is focused on. And first, Indonesia, as part of its G20 presidency, just last month, convened the finance and agricultural ministers for the first time in the G20 to focus on issues regarding food security, which I think emphasizes the fact that this requires a multilateral approach. Two, APEC, Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, will be hosted by the United States next year. And APEC is the premier forum to discuss issues such as these, because free and fair and open trade underpin our rules-based international order. It underpins our food security. So just a couple of the things that we're focused on at INDOPACOM and things that we are looking forward to work with our allies and partners as part of our defense of the rules-based international order. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thanks so much for that answer. And I guess I wanted to turn next to Michal, and there are a few things that struck me, besides, I'm also, by the way, a historian, so I love the references to the 18th century and 19th century and so forth, but among other things, you talked about the importance of developing unity, right, in our responses to various crises, climate crisis, food crisis, other crises, as well as formulating a different set of values. And I'm wondering if you would be interested in deepening and extending those remarks, and particularly when it comes to the piece of how unity is associated with values, and what that might mean practically for solving the climate crisis as well as the food crisis. Again, a very simple question with a complex answer, and you have about 2.5 minutes. So,
thank you very much. That's an excellent question, and that's a very difficult one, because we are entering into a very fragmented world. So it's much more difficult to develop practical ways of translating this unity into something tangible. But my answer would be at two levels: global and local. At the global level, I believe that we need to develop new sets of clean and water-saving technologies. Because you remember what Minister of Defense referred to, the three elements: energy, food, and water security. So I believe that we should develop at the level of global community, and that's an effort of science, that's an effort of enough scale for these technologies to develop. We need to develop water savings, pollution-free, emission-free technologies. But then how to link this with what you spoke about, local families, because that's the challenge, yes? The change is happening locally. So how to provide these global technologies at the level of local communities. And I believe that in today's world it will be extremely complicated to develop financial tools. Why? Rich North is basically out of money. South is disillusioned after COVID for any support of Western countries. So we need to develop new forms of solidarity. And I believe that if we, let's say, go for a global fund of technology where you locate IPs, then you can also provide these technologies at local level. Now, let me take an example of Indonesia. I like very much because Indonesia is champion in geothermal energy. World's biggest resources of geothermal lies here in Indonesia because of volcanoes, etc. But this is extremely water-consuming technology. Yes, you need to extract the heat with water from deep of the ground. But there are right now research in California, an example for our American friends of solidarity, of deep water-free geothermal. So why not to put at the disposition of Indonesia this water-free geothermal technologies so that local communities can develop their own energy sources and they can become resilient in terms of their ability to produce not only energy, but also out of this cheap energy, also food and safe water.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Bo, the problem of food waste is enormous globally, right?
Yes.
But you've been running a very successful nonprofit here in the region that has made, I think it's fair to say, significant inroads into addressing this problem. I'm wondering if you might draw from that experience and talk about how scalable the solution set you found is to the rest of the world.
Right. Well, it's certainly scalable, and that's why it's so important that we do the right research and we get lots of people on board to create a lot of little SOSs around the world and so on, right? But we looked at the supply chain, right? And we've heard these 2 days about everything from fertilizer to not having war and so on, right? So I'm going to go back to my walk in Kiev, of all places, right? And I was creating SOS at the time, and I had never heard of the Ukrainian Holocaust before. I must admit, I was uneducated on that, right? But I went down to those big rocks where they have the carved letters, and I was standing there reading for an hour. It was cold, but I was so fascinated, because this is when Stalin simply took all the food away from Ukraine and brought it to Russia. And I don't know how many millions of people died from starvation, right? So we can optimize society. That's what we're doing with circular economy. We're optimizing everything we can to make it the best possible world for all of us. But if you have crazy people that just do things like that, as you talk to, there's little we can do. So government has to come into it. Government needs to work together, but governments also need to do their own thing. The first thing that happened in America, which was great, was something called the Good Samaritan Law. You know, everybody sues each other in America, right? But the Good Samaritan Law is that I can give you food, and if I don't have any reason to believe it's bad, even if it was bad and somebody gets sick from it, you cannot sue me, right? The other good thing that comes now from America is this focus on not having a expiration, a best buy date, right? A real expiration date, that's okay, but a best buy date, so many people look at that and throw it away far too early, right? And that's where we have to come with the SOS cool chain trucks and pick all this stuff up and recycle it same day out, right? And there are just some things what government can do, and the last thing governments really need to do, and I love the fact if we are actually going to send a strong message to the G20 leadership, it has to do with the environment, right? Like I said, for every kilo of food we can save, the world is a better place in the emissions and so on. So tax benefits, financial motivation to have carbon reduction is essential. If I could, issue a certificate to all the hotels and whatever we pick up food from, and they could have a tax benefit, now we would have them lining up, right? Yeah. So government really needs to step up in all these countries. And I will say it is happening. I mean, we now work with the Prime Minister in Thailand, and they're very excited about our food banks up there and Cloud Food Bank and whatever we call it. But we have to show the vision and then get the support from the governments. And that's fortunately happening. So It will be better, but still a long ways to go.
A ways to go, but a hopeful message.
Yes.
And I think that's fitting to end this panel with the ambassador. We began with you, and your country is going through obviously some very difficult times this year, and but your message was also hopeful. You were one of the panelists who stressed the theme of unity, and I'd like maybe to have you discuss. I think it would be remiss of me not to have you as the ambassador to talk about how you're working with our host country, Indonesia, how Ukraine is working with Indonesia in the area of food security, and maybe you can leave us with some hopeful words about the constructive relationships that exist in this part of the world and your part of the world that will move us forward on this really critical topic that we've been spending 2 days now talking about.
Yeah, thanks. Well, good question again. Not for 5 minutes, but I'll try.
Okay.
Indonesia obviously is a very challenging market, and in terms of it's a big country with big consumption, and I guess all the exporters of the world are fighting for this market, like they fight for, say, for Chinese or Indian markets. That's why it's challenging for me, but I'm very optimistic. I'm always an optimist. So after we defeat the enemy in the nearest future, and everything will gradually back to normal. I have a plan about developing the agricultural business and the trading business between Ukraine and Indonesia, and at large with the region of ASEAN, because, good news is that 2 days ago my minister signed the agreement, TIC agreement, so we became partners with ASEAN, so that will be a bigger market and integrated market. We would like to integrate more in that. Optimistic news is that, we're talking about farm to fork, right? And it's not about just make people eat enough. It make people eat a quality food and a diverse food, right? So I think Ukraine is not about just a wheat bucket, as we also talk about.
Right.
It's also about the diversity, food technologies, processing technology, etc. So my goals will be 3, and I hope the business people here will listen, and I will be very open for communication on that. I will be concentrating on 3 things. First is the diversity. It will be not just wheat or corn or something. It will be all sorts of things. Actually, I've explored the market. It's fruits and vegetables and everything, and the products. Second is added value. It must be like processed food. And third is following the trends. Because the market is always changing, so we can follow the trends, follow the technologies, stick with the technologies, and create joint venture, whatever. So it will be a challenging business, but I'm confident, confident in it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to bring the panel to a close. Could you all please join me in applauding our panelists here today? And once again, thank you all for attending this conference. As a representative of the Atlantic Council, we're delighted that every one of you is here, and we look forward to a robust afternoon of conversations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask if you haven't already done so, please return to the foyer to retrieve a translation headset for our next session. Please welcome to the stage, Chairman and CEO of the Wesley K. Clark & Associates, General Wesley Clark.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. See, I want to make sure you can hear me okay. So, look, we're going to have a panel this is going to be a pragmatic panel. We're going to talk about what has to be done now, and what we're going to, as best we can, demand that the G20 address. So without further ado, I'd like to bring in the other members of the panel. We'll start with His Excellency, the Minister of Agriculture, Republic of Indonesia, or His Excellency, Surohu Yassin Limpo. Mr. Minister, welcome. Please. Next will be Ambassador David Merrill, former U.S. Ambassador to Indonesia, long career in the U.S. Agency of International Development. Next, please. Next will be the Honorable Kira Rudik, who is the Vice President of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe, People's Deputy of Ukraine. Welcome, Kira. And on the screen with us, we should have, yes, we have Dr. Seth Meyer, the Chief Economist, probably one of the foremost experts in the world on agricultural economics and technology. And Seth, we're delighted to have you with us. Thank you. I'm sorry you're not here in person, and we're looking at you continuously, but don't let that make you nervous. We're going to watch you the whole time. Okay, let's get right to it. So I want to start with the deputy from Ukraine. And Kira, I want to ask you this. You know, we're talking about this being a crisis. So we're in a crisis. This war is not over. Of course, we're happy that Ukraine has recovered Kherson, but we don't know what's going to happen next. So the odds are that we're going to have another disrupted planting season in Ukraine, and Ukraine's one of the breadbaskets. What can you tell us that we should ask the world to do for the farmers of Ukraine right now to give us the greatest output of grain for the world?
Hello, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure being here. So when we are talking about the next harvest season and how to make sure that we prepare for it the best and most effective way, we should look at it with a business approach. So in business, when you are in crisis, the first thing is you need to fixate the losses. So right now, we need to make sure that there is no more destruction, or at least it minimized. So for that, we need Air Force protection systems, and we are asking our allies, United States, European countries, United Kingdom, all countries from all over the world, to provide us with Air Force protection systems to protect infrastructure from further destruction. This is the first one. Second one is, of course, demining. The demining efforts need to happen right now. They are happening, but at a very small scale, because basically all the lands that are supposed to be agricultural lands right now, partially or fully, are mined. And they are not going to be able to be used to plan the harvest. Third thing, of course, we need to fix infrastructure and use these 5 months before the next planting season to fix the infrastructure. As of right now, 40% of energy infrastructure in Ukraine is destroyed. So when the cities are experiencing electrical outages, when there is no running water, it would be very hard to continue on the commitment that we have in terms of the agriculture. So we need from the international community support on going through the winter and also fixing the infrastructure. Fourth thing is commitment on the fuel. We understand that right now Ukraine is purchasing fuel, and this is, of course, has an impact on the price of the harvest, on the grains, on all the products. So we need to make plans and commitments for the next year for the fuel and for the prices of it. And of course, it's a painful subject for everybody. And the last but not the least, and the critically important point, is the grain deal. The grain deal is a temporary agreement between the United Nations, Ukraine, Russia, and Turkey, that the ports where the grains are exported from are being not neutral, but the ships can go in and out easily. So the price of the harvest depends on the price of the insurance that the companies have to put on the ships that are going in and out of the war zone, basically. So having a written commitment or the general commitment so it will seem safely or look safely or be more safe for the companies to ship the grains in and out Ukraine would decrease the price of insurance and the price of transportation. As for Ukrainian people, we want the war to be over. We are a technological and agricultural country. We want to make sure that we continue being a breadbasket for the whole world. This is one of our missions. This is what we want to do. And I can tell you, part of my family are farmers. It's sacred, it's almost religious for us to be able to provide life, to create life instead of death. And this is critically important, and this is why we are fighting so hard to win the war, to end the war, and to make sure that we return to the safe operation where we are able to build a prosperity for everyone and contradict all the crises.
Kira, thank you very much. You've given us some very clear guidelines, and we'll make sure those get reflected in what we pass on to the White House and also to the G20 here. And I'd like to turn next to Minister Limpo. Minister, General Prabowo gave us this incredible presentation today that shows this progress that's been made in Indonesia. There must be many countries all over the world who look at the example of Indonesia and say, we could do this, we would like to do this. I know we have representatives here from several African countries, and I'm sure they'll be anxious to listen to your experience and your guidelines on how was this accomplished. The rice, the palm oil, the technology with cassava, how was this done? What is Indonesia doing that's bringing it to the forefront in this way?
Oh ya, thank you General. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Para narasumber dan hadirin sekalian. Dari diskusi ke diskusi, sudah 1 tahun ini kita sudah mendengar begitu sulitnya masalah dan tantangan yang kita hadapi yang sangat besar berkait dengan climate change, berkait dengan perang, berkait dengan hal-hal yang terkait dengan dampak COVID-19. Kita sudah bicarakan di berbagai forum. Dan bicara masalah pangan adalah masalah yang paling strategis dalam dan sangat menentukan bagi hadirnya sebuah negara, sebuah bangsa, dan sebuah dunia yang damai, tentram, dan teratur. Kalau yang lain bisa kita tunda, tapi kalau pangan, ini menjadi masalah yang sangat mendasar dan bisa berakibat berbagai multidimensi yang lain. Oleh karena itu Presiden kami, Presiden Joko Widodo, memberikan super prioritas teratas masalah pangan. Dan pangan harus dibicarakan secara detail. Seperti apa dari sebuah negara ke negara, dari negara harus di breakdown, di downsizing kepada seperti mana semua provinsi-provinsi dalam negara atau state-state yang ada. Kemudian dari provinsi, seperti apa region-region yang ada atau kabupaten-kabupaten yang ada. Oleh karena itu, kami di Indonesia membagi 3 wilayah kita. Wilayah produsen atau memiliki overstock, wilayah menengah di mana dia ketersediaan pangan sangat-sangat tipis atau bisa bersoal kalau tidak hati-hati. Kemudian ada wilayah yang memang sorted, ada wilayah yang memang bersoal. Dan ini kalau diangkat ke tingkat global, maka di tingkat global pun ada negara yang sorted, ada negara yang cukup pas-pasan, dan ada yang negara yang berlimpah. Oleh karena itu menghadapi tantangan global, krisis pangan ini, satu-satunya langkah yang harus dilakukan seperti apa yang kami lakukan di Indonesia, dipimpin langsung oleh Presiden, adalah memitigasi dan mengadaptasi semua masalah, termasuk masalah climate change, termasuk dengan rantai pasok atau sistem logistik pangan dunia. Itu harus terantisipasi dan teradaptasi oleh semua kekuatan-kekuatan pangan yang ada. Yang kedua adalah kerjasama antar wilayah. Kerjasama antara wilayah harus didorong dan harus diatur oleh negara. Tidak ada boleh satu wilayah yang bekerja sendiri, memenuhi kepentingannya sendiri, bahkan menutup wilayahnya untuk kemudian akan bersoal pada ekosistem perdagangan secara keseluruhan. Saya kira pola ini sama dengan pola dunia yang ada. Yang ketiga adalah selain mengatur hal-hal seperti ini, daerah minus harus menjadikan fokus utama dari mana rantai pasok atau distribusinya mengalir pada hal-hal yang ada. Di Indonesia kami menghadapi krisis pangan ini sudah 3 tahun overstock, khususnya beras. Tetapi kami sortir dengan gandum, karena ada persoalan dengan rantai pasok yang ada dari India, yang ada dari Rusia, dan ada dari Ukraina. Oleh karena itu, kami harus mempersiapkan langkah substitusi pada masalah gandum itu. Kami persiapkan sagu kami persiapkan singkong kami persiapkan sorghum kami. Kalau memang dia sorted pada saatnya, sekarang ini enggak. Sekarang ini tahun ini ayam oke dengan gandum itu. Tetapi bagaimana ke tahun depan? Apakah regularship ini bisa bekerja dengan baik? Apakah selain regularship, sistem kontainer ini tidak terkonsentrasi atau terblok di satu tempat? Kalau ini terjadi, langkah kami adalah mempersiapkan substitusi impor itu. Kami bersoal dengan sapi yang selama ini kami impor cukup besar, 1,2 juta ekor. Oleh karena itu, tentu saja langkah selanjutnya kalau ini akan sorted adalah mempersiapkan domba kami, mempersiapkan ayam kami, dan telur kami. Apa yang ingin saya katakan? Bahwa kerjasama dunia menghadapi krisis pangan ini mutlak dilakukan. Dan tidak ada satu negara yang punya kemampuan sendiri memanage dirinya. Karena ini akan bersoal secara global. Dan kerjasama itu antara lain kami di dalam pertemuan Menteri Pertanian seluruh G20 yang lalu di Bali juga ini ada 3 hal. Yang pertama, mempromosikan sistem pertanian dan pangan yang tangguh dan berkelanjutan. Di sini ada teknologi, di sini ada kerjasama varietas, di sini ada kerjasama saintifik. Yang kedua, mempromosikan perdagangan pertanian yang terbuka, adil, dapat diprediksi, transparan, non-diskriminatif untuk memastikan ketersediaan dan keterjangkauan pangan yang ada. Pangan adalah human right. Oleh karena itu tidak boleh ada negara di G20 ini menutup diri atau membatasi ekspornya atau memproteksi hanya kepentingan nasional karena kita dalam komunitas global G20. Dan ini telah kita sepakati di Menteri Pertanian. Yang ketiga, yang keempat, kami sepakat di Washington bahwa dengan Menteri Pertanian dan Menteri Keuangan di G20, semua negara sekarang ini harus mengangkat masalah pangan super prioritas teratas. Bukan hanya super prioritas, harus teratas. Oleh karena itu anggaran semua negara harus dinaikkan untuk prioritas masalah pangan. Apalagi kalau kita bicara dalam konteks global, mapping kita terhadap yang mana negara-negara yang bersoal pangannya harus kita sudah bisa pastikan di dalam forum G20 di Bali ini untuk melakukan langkah seperti apa, subjeknya apa di daerah sorted itu, objeknya apa, dan metodologi yang kita pakai untuk menyerang atau membantu mereka yang sorted di bidang pangan. Kami sekarang ini overstock 10,2 juta ton beras misalnya. Bapak Presiden sudah siapkan cadangan yang cukup besar untuk negara-negara tertentu untuk bisa membantunya, termasuk negara-negara Afrika yang ada. Intinya, semua kekuatan dari sebuah negara sepanjang sudah melampaui kemampuan atau ketersediaannya untuk tingkat nasional masing-masing harus dicanangkan untuk kepentingan global yang ada. Oleh karena itu, menurut saya yang paling penting memang kerjasama global ini dimantapkan tidak hanya sebatas retorika dan diskusi di tempat ini, tetapi bagaimana monitoring langkah lanjut di tingkat implementasi kebutuhan yang ada. Oleh karena itu, strategi kita di Indonesia, kita berharap ada penanganan dengan agenda SOS. Yang mana daerah yang sudah harus dikategorikan mendesak SOS, termasuk Ukraina, termasuk Rusia. Apa langkah kita? Ada agenda yang memang temporary. Kita cuma melihat, misalnya di Indonesia kami siapkan 2 tahun. Tidak boleh bersoal. Kami punya negara ini negara keempat terbesar. Sesudah Cina, India, Amerika, Indonesia baru Pakistan. Oleh karena itu kami harus yakin 2 tahun kami tidak punya persoalan dengan masalah kelaparan akut yang ada. Dan kemudian kerjasama untuk permanent system, untuk mengandaikan bahwa food security menjadi penting dan kerjasama ini tidak ada negara yang merusak ekosistem perdagangan yang sudah kita bangun secara mudah. Saya kira seperti itu. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I know that there'll be many countries studying what Indonesia is doing. And we're going to come back with some follow-up questions on that shortly. Now, I'd like to turn to Dr. Meyer, who's with us on the screen. And Dr. Meyer, I've been bragging at this conference about some of the U.S. innovations in agriculture, and especially about improvements in things like bushels per acre of corn, and also talking about the role of agricultural extension services that the various states have, and the Department of Agriculture. So when you look at the food security issue in the world, what do you see as the right things for the United States to do? What would you be recommending right now if we could put you in front of the G20 in person and have all those heads of state lined up, and you'd be able to tell them 1, 2, 3, I want this done? What would you tell them?
Yeah, so I think the first place is to start is the U.S. We've been incredibly productive in terms of growth in U.S. agricultural production. You know, when I look to say, you know, what should we be doing around the world? When we look at the application of technology in the United States and what we've done to improve productivity, I think we take this, you know, from a 3-point approach in the United States now, which is, you know, we want not just to execute and pull every single bushel out of every acre if that's not environmentally sustainable, or we don't want to apply technologies or activities which don't make producers money. So again, you know, we think about this in terms of sustainable productivity growth in the United States. It's got to make money for the farmer. It's got to produce food that is affordable for consumers. It's got to be environmentally sustainable. This isn't something that you can produce for a few years and then you do damage to your system or to the climate and you can't continue to produce. So, you know, I think the U.S. sees itself as being a reliable producer on the global market. One of my other hats that I'll put on here quick is the G20 has an initiative of the Ag Market Information Systems, and one of the principles of AMIS is, you know, providing market information and avoiding unnecessary disruptions in the global market. So when I say the U.S. being a reliable supplier, part of that is not putting export controls on. Part of that's not putting export controls on, being a reliable supplier and providing it to the rest of the world. And in the U.S., you know, when we take our look at technology and sustainable productivity gains in the United States, there's also a big interest in the United States in sharing that technology, sharing the adaptation practices from our climate hubs in the United States and taking that internationally. The Secretary of Agriculture mentioned that at COP27 today. So taking the lessons we've learned, you're right about our domestic extension service, but we're pushing that to the next level. We're pushing that into our climate smart commodities programs, where we're going to, you know, we put in $3 billion to experiment how to produce commodities in an environmentally friendly way that producers can extract money and income from, and yet meets the demands that the consumers want for these sustainable goods. So, you know, what's our principle in the United States? I think it's to be continue to be productive in a sustainable way, and to share all those experiences about how we've done it with the rest of the world as well, too, because we can do lots of things in the United States, but we're not going to achieve this goal of global food security without sharing this information, which is very specific to countries' own situation. So we'll share our experiences with the rest of the world. I think that's how we do it.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Myron. We got a couple of follow-up questions for you here if we've got time on some of the specific technologies we're doing on carbon sequestration and other things, and maybe even on intellectual property. So at this point, I'd like to turn to Ambassador David Merrill, former ambassador here in Indonesia. And David, you must be really impressed by the progress Indonesia has made. It's remarkable in your time and experience here. But I want to ask you, we haven't talked that much about international institutions.
That's right.
So when you think about, as we're looking at the G20 here, and we've got the minister's experience in Indonesia.
Sure.
We've got the immediate guidance from the member of parliament in Ukraine. We've got the willingness of the United States to share. But what about these international organizations like FAO and World Food Program? And are they really tuned up to help us move forward, or do we need to do more with them?
Yes, General Clark, thanks for that question. I just am struck by the poignancy of this moment. I mean, here we are sitting in Bali just ahead of the G20. We are mainly NGOs, we are some government officials. We don't know what form the G20 communique or statement or any other document on food security will take. At least I don't know. I don't think any of us know. But we have an obligation to use the NGO channel to address the G20 and give them our ideas. Now, one of them is on what international institutions can do. There are the MDBs, the World Food Program, the FAO, even the WTO. USAID has done a lot of work over years. Other government aid agencies have done a lot. So they can work on national and local distribution schemes. They can work on internationally coordinated food emergency reserves, which I haven't heard being done yet. They can work with NGOs and private charities. The idea is to, as you have said, to coordinate the mobilization of adequate finance, repurpose. There's about $800 billion a year of agricultural support going through multilateral and bilateral agencies, maybe just multilateral alone. That can be taken a look at. It can be repurposed for the needs of this particular food crisis. Balance of payments and budget support, debt relief, adequate IFI financing, even expanded, emergency food reserves. So that's one. And we want to refrain from trade restrictions on fertilizer trade that would make things worse. We want to guarantee the affordable supplies of staple foods, physical supplies, access via trade, access via income and livelihood support, social protection programs. And I'll wind up with later a possible G20 forum for food security dialogue that would continue after the current G20. It doesn't have to be another international institution. It can be a place for things related to food security to be discussed under the aegis, perhaps, of Indonesia. The improving supplies and distribution of fertilizers is key. There are trade barriers. There are subsidy schemes that have to be revisited. Redoubled efforts to improve the efficiency of fertilizer use, to help farmers do more with less, to save costs, to reduce nutrient loss to the environment. There needs to be improved productivity of small holders growing staple food crops, closing the yield gaps. There's a gentleman from Israel here who's using micro water injections to improve food productivity. It doesn't even have to be fertilizer. It can be fertilizer plus no fertilizer technology. So the resilience and sustainability of food production, there's a lot that can be done. And as General Prabowo said, and as the Chinese say, out of crisis comes opportunity. So here's a dilly of a crisis, but it's also a big opportunity. And we can even change the world, make at least some changes in the world system for dealing with this as a result of this crisis. Improving the nutritional quality of diets, programs for women and children, increased use of micronutrients. What about agricultural research? We've been doing that for 40 years. Taking a look at the agricultural research that's being done, see what improvements can be made, make crops more resilient to climate change, more sustainable, higher yields on less land. Now, it wasn't too long ago, it was only in April or maybe March that the G20 itself was grappling with, did it even need to be concerned with the Ukraine food crisis? They said, hey, this is a political crisis. This is for other agencies of the UN. And most of us went around saying, no, this is an economic crisis. Okay, it started with politics. It started with war. But if people are starving to death, isn't that a concern of the G20? Fortunately, it took only about 2-3 weeks for the G20 to say, that's exactly right. So the G20 can make equally impressive leaps in the next couple weeks and years. Now, the one thing that we have talked about is the creation of a G20 forum for food security, trying to bypass the resistance that we would encounter if we're setting up yet another international institution. Don't need to. Indonesia's in a great position because of its posture on the world stage and because it's leading the G20 to serve as, I don't want to say clearinghouse necessarily, but a forum for discussion of ideas on food security. And Indonesia has a very good track record on food security. If you go back to 2008, there was a severe rice crisis, and Indonesia was one of the primary, probably the primary leader on solving the regional and global rice crisis in 2008. Indonesia is going to be chairing ASEAN. So let's let Indonesia within ASEAN at least deal with the rice part of food security, which it's already shown it can do a good job. So in sum, I think we should write up the recommendations of this conference in some form with some people designated and get them post haste to the people in the G20 that are deciding whether to have some kind of statement and what that statement should be. It's the least we can do to make our input. That's my suggestion.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador. Those are some really great ideas, and we'll try to incorporate them. Okay, so we've got about 10 minutes. I'm going to try to do a couple of, let's call them lightning rounds, and then I'm going to come back to the minister to ask another follow-up question. So the first lightning round, I want to ask each of our panelists this question. When we look at classical economics, we talk about land, labor, and capital. And in agriculture, of course, there's agricultural land, there's the farm labor, There's the mechanization of labor, which has helped us tremendously. But capital, the world is awash in capital. We had no idea 50 years ago that capital would be so plentiful in the world. What can capital do? Financial firms, investment firms, firms that want to talk about how to improve mankind. I deal with these firms in London all the time. I hear it in New York. What is our specific ask of the financial community in dealing with this world food crisis? And I'd like to start and ask, I mean, you may not have an answer to this, but if you do, I'd like you to come up and tell me what you think about it. And let's talk about the Ukraine crisis first. What can the international capital leaders do? They've got billions of dollars of resources. What are they going to do with it to help us right now in Ukraine?
First of all, to secure the investments into agriculture for the next year. I think all of us, we realize that generally there has been a huge flow back of the investment into Ukraine. And this is understandable because of the war. So we need that to come back. On all the investment forums with all the investors, bankers, we are saying, we all remember the lessons of the war. The one who is coming first will get the big buck. And so this is why it's time to invest right now. The risks are high, but the output will also be extremely high. This is how fortunes are made. So this is why if the argument of the risks and the output would not work, we will just ask, saying, do it as a humanitarian way, invest into Ukraine right now, into agricultural sector. Then we are coming back again to cleaning up the mines, because this is, the demining efforts are critical right now and will require tremendous investment. Just for everyone to understand, demining is basically going through every field and checking and processing the certain level of the ground. So it's just like another agricultural work, basically, and it's an incredibly important and hard and complicated process that needs to happen. But the output of it will be extremely productive because it will give us back the very fertile land.
Okay, so I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna say I've got two suggestions, okay? And you tell me if you like them, you take them back to Ukraine. We'll go to Dr. Meyer, and he'll push them through U.S. Department of Agriculture and get them up there. One is, farmers in Iowa have done amazing things with putting tile underneath their farmland. They have rich, deep, dark earth, just like Ukraine does. It promotes drainage, so you can get into the land sooner, you can take out the pockets that hold water, you can have uniform crop. Suppose we gave Ukrainian farmers no-interest loans to improve their land in that way so that they would get more productivity per hectare. Number two, there's been a lot of destruction and theft of agricultural equipment in Ukraine. Suppose Ukrainian farmers got no-interest loans to replace that agricultural equipment. Would that be helpful? If you like that?
I do like that.
Okay,
well,
good.
It's a fantastic
Dr. Meyer, can we do that?
Well, and we're already doing some of that when it comes to U.S. government support for farmers. So I'll even take a step back. My Ukrainian colleagues talking about infrastructure and delivery of grain. I'll even take a step back and say we're figuring out ways to try and help the agricultural producers to be able to afford simple things like cash flow, getting that crop planted, getting the crop stored as they work on their infrastructure. So things like temporary storage, the big silo bags. So instead of having a large barn, you have a very long plastic tube, essentially, where you're storing grain temporarily. I think there are things that need to be done on the ground in Ukraine now for these producers to cash flow for this next crop. Put that winter wheat in the ground or plant spring crop.
That sounds good. Remember, I'm focusing on finance. Put the money in. Get the farmers the money they need at no interest loans so they can improve productivity. Now let me turn to the minister. Sir, I want to ask you this question. I know you've had a lot of foreign direct investment in agriculture in Indonesia, these palm oil plantations and other things, but what more can the international financial community do to promote sustainable agriculture in Indonesia? What can we do what do we need to advertise? And you're the pace setter for so many tropical environments. What do we need the bankers in London and New York to know about your needs for finance?
Oke, General. Bicara pertanian bukan hanya masalah makanan. Bicara pertanian adalah masalah lapangan kerja, masalah ekonomi dasar untuk memutar industri, termasuk farmasi, sehingga bicara pertanian ada di budidaya satu sisi, ini terbuka sekali investasi di budidaya, akan terbuka investasi di pasca panen dan mengindustrikan pertanian, dan yang ketiga adalah memarketkan pertanian. Jadi ada 3 agenda, 3 segmen yang bisa dimasuki untuk menjadi bagian-bagian dari investasi. Dan ini yang kami atas perintah Bapak Presiden kerjakan itu. Bahwa pertanian harus menjadi jawaban, dan tahun ini sudah 3 tahun pertanian Indonesia menjadi bantalan ekonomi Indonesia. Sektor lain terpukul dengan COVID, pertanian kami naik sampai 16,42%. Ekspor kami ke seluruh dunia naik menjadi 38,2%. Dan itu tandanya bahwa pertanian tidak mengenal kondisi dan cuaca kecuali perang. Karena kami butuh fertilizer natrium dan fosfatnya ada di Ukraina dan Rusia, ini nggak boleh terhalang. Ini menjadi persoalan bagi seluruh dunia. Oleh karena itu, di manakah investasi itu? Di 3 tempat itu, General. Dan kalau mau budidaya, kami punya negara ini negara tropis. Negara ini punya pulau 17.000. Dia punya dataran pinggir pantai, laut. Di situ sudah ada investasi yang bisa main. Kami punya tuna banyak banget itu. Sampai 18 juta ton 1 tahun kami miliki. Nah, pinggir pantai kita bisa bertanam di situ dengan teknologi yang disampaikan tadi oleh Amerika. Kita harus punya varietas yang tahan air, kita punya varietas yang tahan rawa, kita harus punya varietas yang tahan dengan intrusi air laut, agak garam. Kami punya bukit-bukit yang banyak, kami punya gunung. Dan lahan kami masih tersedia cukup untuk melakukan investasi. Dan saat sekarang ini Bapak Presiden Indonesia, Pak Joko Widodo, mencoba mengkonsentrasi beberapa wilayah untuk jadikan food estate, integrated farm, di mana lahan yang besar itu ada perkebunan di dalamnya, ada peternakan di dalamnya, bahkan ada pemeliharaan ikan-ikan darat di dalamnya, dan di situ termasuk untuk hortikultura. Ini semua membutuhkan teknologi, membutuhkan expert. Ini semua membutuhkan mekanisasi. Bahkan meng-end-productkan menjadi sesuatu yang dibutuhkan juga oleh dunia. Oleh karena itu, baik di budidaya, di paskanya menjadi industri akan menjadi bagian-bagian yang kami tunggu. Kami punya lahan yang cukup untuk pabrik gula. Kami makan gula di sini sangat besar. Kami masih mengimpor sebagian. Oleh karena itu mari, bank mana yang mau masuk? Hal yang terakhir, pertanian butuh permodalan. Dan inilah salah satu kesuksesan Bapak Presiden Jokowi, mempersiapkan anggaran yang cukup besar untuk diakses oleh petani kecil dalam bentuk kredit usaha rakyat. Nilainya ini tahun kurang lebih 100 triliun. Dan petani kami 2 tahun lalu menggunakan dana ini 55 triliun, NPL-nya yang macet cuma 0,03%. Petani itu jujur dan tidak mau berutang. Tahun lalu kami gunakan 85 triliun dana KUR kebijakan pemerintah. Bukan subsidi. Tetapi dia dengan bunga yang rendah. Dengan bunga yang rendah mereka bisa berakselerasi menjadi modal untuk dikerjakan. Yang macet 0,6%. Dan itu masih berada di budidaya lebih banyak. Sekarang kami masuk di paskanya. Bagaimana usaha mikro kecil dan menengah bisa mengakses pertanian. Oleh karena itu, yang terakhir sekali, kami ada 5 poin yang menjadi bagian yang kami konsentrasikan dari dana-dana investasi itu. Yang pertama, mendorong terbukanya dan terciptanya bisnis pertanian, baik yang kecil, menengah, maupun investasi besar. Saya sudah contohkan gula, kami punya pohon sagu, ada 5 juta hektar, dan ini bisa dijadikan terigu dari sagu yang sama dengan pengganti gandum. Mana? Kalau ada perbankan yang mau investasi, kami akan tunjukkan tempatnya. Itu sesuai dengan apa. Yang kedua, kami memang mendukung wira swasta muda atau petani milenial di bidang pertanian. Kami konsentrasi membangun petani-petani yang mencoba, yang muda untuk mengakses. Dan kami sekarang sudah melatih 300 lebih yang menggunakan dana KUR itu sudah hampir 2 triliun. Dan ini akselerasinya cepat banget. Bagi yang muda itu lebih memiliki network yang lebih cepat, dia punya militansi kuat, dan punya grup-grup WhatsApp di mana-mana. Dan ini cukup bekerja dengan baik. Yang ketiga, melakukan pendampingan bagi usaha pertanian untuk ekspor. Khusus untuk ekspor kami dampingi. Oleh karena itu, antara buyer satu negara dengan buyer negara lain, ya kami jembatani. Di G20 harus bisa menjembatani apa yang ada fasilitasi dari USA, apa yang ada difasilitasi oleh Indah, dan apa yang kami bisa fasilitasi dengan kondisi yang ada sekarang. Melakukan pelatihan dan bantuan pengembangan usaha pertanian ini membutuhkan expert, bahkan entrepreneur system dibutuhkan dari agriculture pertanian yang sangat luas, karena pertanian kami menyangkut hal-hal yang global. CPO kami besar, minyak kita besar, tapi apakah semua harus dengan industri besar? Sekarang Bapak Presiden inginkan ini industri rakyat juga boleh, dan ini membutuhkan permodalan untuk difasilitasi sehingga hasil-hasil produksi mereka bisa diekspor keluar untuk kepentingan global dengan harga yang lebih murah. Kemudian tentu saja sebagai nasional kami melindungi produk-produk nasional kami untuk juga tidak katakanlah kalah dengan kualitas dari negara-negara yang lain. Saya kira pertanian adalah jawaban dari krisis global dan krisis ekonomi dunia ke depan, sepanjang kolaborasi ini bisa terjaga oleh nasional, oleh global dengan baik. Karena semua orang membutuhkan pertanian. Terima kasih. Kami kembalikan. Thank you.
Great lessons. Great lessons. That's great. So look, we're trying to do a lightning round here, and I'm going to get struck by lightning if I don't move this thing along. So I'd like to open up this next question to anybody who wants to do it. But if in the military, we always have dreams about what technology we might have in the future. You know, we've always thought better communications, of higher resolution imagery, those kinds of things. If you're thinking about the food problem in the world, what do we need to think about in the way of technology? What's the opportunity that we just need to put the resources on to really move us forward to the next level? How do we do it? Anybody who wants to take it? David? Seth, you want to take it here from what do you say from the United States about it?
It's a combination of international institutions and the private sector. I believe there still is an International Institute on Wheat Research. I think it's called CIMMYT. I have no idea what it's been doing, but it better be doing something right now. So that's one. The other was the idea that Minister Prabowo said about getting private investment started. He's doing a good job, so are others. And I think that's equally worthy, if not more worthy, than the government programs.
Dr. Maurer, what do you say? If you could have your silver bullet here to fix this, what would it be?
I think it'd be two very different things. So on the pure science and technology side, we're making huge advancements in things like gene editing. So taking genes within the plant, not introducing new genes, just turning things off and on or letting the plant express genes which are already there. So impressive technology to help us do more with less. Ways to avoid putting, rationalize better things like fertilizer use, which is both good for producers in terms of lowering cost and good for the environment. But then I think that there's some other, not cutting edge science that really has potential for food security, and that is translating a lot of this technology and practices, some of them used by U.S. producers, into smallholder farms, or even let's talk about the ability of women to gain capital and their productivity gaps, and even steps here where we could bring, women, make them as productive, and it's not because they're not productive, it's access to capital and technology. There's a huge gap that could help us close in productivity. Simply providing technology and capital to women farmers would do a tremendous amount for food security. So I think we've got amazing science we can apply, but we got to bring that science down to producers to fix those productivity gaps around the world.
Well, thank you. Now, look, here's what we've done in the last 35 or 40 minutes up here. We've looked at the immediate crisis in Ukraine. We've come up with some concrete suggestions that have to be done right away. We've taken Indonesia as the example of a tropical country that has done marvelous work and has so many lessons to share with the world, and we congratulate Indonesia for this. We've listed the international institutions and a number of changes that can be made. We've talked about international finance. We've talked about the future of technology and the role of the United States still as a leading agricultural country to develop that technology, share it, and push it out. I think this is a time to come out of the crisis and look to the future with hope. Thank you all. Let's give our panel a big hand here. Thank you.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, General.
But I need him to come to Indonesia.
Yeah, you need to come to Indonesia.
Come to Indonesia.
Seth, you come to Indonesia, okay? Next week.
Next week.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, General Clark and our panelists for a really rich discussion. I enjoyed that. I hope you did as well. My name is Matthew Koenig. I'm the acting director of the Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security at the Atlantic Council. We're leading the Atlantic Council's food security work as part of our mission of developing sustainable, nonpartisan strategies for addressing the most important security challenges facing the United States and its allies, including food security. So we've had a terrific discussion this morning. As you probably noticed, we're running a little bit behind on our schedule. And so my team and I have updated the schedule. We're on track to finish on time at 3 p.m. What we're going to do now is go ahead and take a break for lunch. I know some of you have been out there already, but now we'll take a break, 30 minutes. So be back here at 1:30, and we'll continue our discussion at that time. And as you're going away to lunch, it's my pleasure to introduce a video from Congressman Pat Ryan of New York's 19th District. So as you're going to lunch, enjoying your lunch, you can listen to this message from Congressman Ryan. Ryan is on the House Armed Services Committee, so he understands very well the links between food security and national security. So enjoy the video, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Congressman Pat Ryan here. I want to start with a thank you to the Atlantic Council for organizing this forum, and a special thank you to Gaurav and your family foundation for hosting and convening such a timely and important conversation. This is a topic that doesn't always get its due, but I will say it plainly to begin. Food security is important not only for its humanitarian consequences, but also because it is inextricably connected to national security. We've seen this in Russia's illegal and reprehensible war in Ukraine. but also in conflicts around the world, from Nigeria and Syria to where I served in Iraq. And there is a direct linkage between food insecurity and these hostilities. In the former example, food security was a literal weapon of war used to inflict economic and human casualties. And of course, in the latter examples, it deteriorates civil situations within countries and fosters environments ripe for extremism, for terrorism. And this is a topic where I have direct frontline experience, having served 2 combat corps in Iraq as an Army intelligence officer. What I saw and what I really remember was a people driven to war with their own neighbors, really by a lack of access to the basic necessities of everyday life: food, water, shelter, and what may come as a surprise to many of you, oil. People often overlook the complex but critical interdependence of global food systems with energy markets, even in countries like Iraq that sit on huge crude oil deposits. Proper refining capacities, shipping routes, supply lines are just as important as farming itself. And we have to make sure our solutions address this dynamic. Right now, I have the honor of serving the 8th most rural of 435, the 8th most rural district in the United States. Also the region that raised FDR, who tried to put the world on a path to food security almost 80 years ago. And even here, we struggle with access to modern agricultural techniques. We have our own supply line struggles. So with both of those experiences in mind, both combat and my own community, I've come to Congress with an immediate focus on food security. We have to ensure that the United States is a strong voice and a strong leader in strengthening food systems, improving agricultural productivity. And we cannot underestimate the importance of energy markets in this puzzle. What's encouraging to me, what I'm happy to report, is that this is one of the last remaining bipartisan endeavors. Look no further than the recent Global Food Security Reauthorization Act, providing billions of dollars every year for the federal government to partner with food insecure countries to get on a path to self-sustainability. Because of this legislation's Feed the Future program, 5.2 million more families no longer suffer from hunger. And this is a bill that's been led by my Democratic and Republican colleagues in both houses in true bipartisan fashion. I see this as an issue that can and should transcend a lot of the traditional economic and military alliances. It's an opportunity for real cooperation that brings everyone to the table. Ultimately, I am so excited to work with everyone gathered here today as we combat world hunger, as we bolster our supply chains, and increase security and safety across the globe. Thank you so much.
And welcome back from lunch. Now, we're going to have some more information here and some more greetings from our friends in the United States. So I'm here to present them to you. So first, you're going to hear from Dr. Cary Fowler. Cary is the Special Envoy for Global Food Security at the U.S. Department of State. He is right now at COP27, so he's going to join us this way. Now, he's been a food security leader both in government and in the nonprofit space as former executive director of the Global Crop Diversity Trust. In his current role at State Department, he coordinates regional, bilateral, and multilateral U.S. diplomatic engagement on food security systems and nutrition. So he's our top guy in State Department in the United States looking at this food security issue. We're going to hear from Carrie Fowler, and then you're going to hear from Ambassador Cindy McCain. Cindy is the U.S. permanent representative to the U.S. mission to the UN agencies in Rome. In her role, Ambassador McCain represents the U.S. at Rome-based United Nations food agencies and around the world, really, that all the effort that the UN is making to combat global hunger and expand food access to those in need. So I hope you'll enjoy their presentations, and we'll be following that then with another panel. We want to fold their ideas into what we're taking to the G20. Okay, let's roll it. Let's hear from Carrie Fowler.
For this opportunity to visit with you for a few minutes today. I know all of you are aware of the frighteningly high numbers of food insecure people in the world. That's 828 million of the 50 million who are facing starvation in 45 countries around the world. And we all know that this food crisis that we're in the midst of is caused by multiple factors. It's caused by climate change. We're having a severe drought in the Horn of Africa as we speak. It's caused by COVID, which is disrupting supply chains, and also by conflict. Most of the people in the world that are food insecure today are living in zones in countries that are experiencing conflict. But we're also finding that fertilizer prices are high, fuel prices are high. There have been trade restrictions that some countries have imposed. All of these factors are contributing to the kind of crisis that we have today, and that makes this particular world food crisis a unique one. In the past, such global crises have typically been caused by one or two major drivers. This one has 4 or 5, just count. And that means a couple of things. It means that it's going to be difficult to come to grips with and to solve this particular crisis because we can't just fix one aspect, one problem. We're going to have to address all of them. And that's a complicated business, as you well know, and it doesn't come easily, doesn't come cheaply, and it doesn't come quickly. And that's the other point that I want to make, and that is that this food crisis, I'm sorry to say, is going to persist for some time. We're looking at 2023 being a pretty difficult year, and I think that we all should be aware of that, and we should all be planning for it. So the message that I want to leave you with today is a pretty simple one. Let's hunker down and realize that we need to be that we are in this for the long haul. We need to be, of course, looking at meeting immediate humanitarian needs, but we also need to be addressing the long-term drivers of this particular crisis so that we don't face this year after year after year. That's where I believe the G20 comes in and has an important role to play. The major countries of the world really need to be coming together now to collaborate and coordinate their actions and ensure that we start to build the kind of food systems that we want for the future to ensure that all countries in the world and all people are indeed food secure. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm so glad you are here today to discuss the most important issue of our time, food security. Thank you to the Atlantic Council for hosting this important conversation. We find ourselves in urgent times, ongoing armed conflict, especially Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. COVID-19 and climate change continue to strain global food systems. Rising costs for food and agriculture inputs impact everyone, especially the poorest and most vulnerable around the globe. As always, America is answering the call to help, and I'm extremely proud of our response. Congress moved quickly to allocate billions of dollars in emergency food assistance. This is on top of the roughly $4 billion the U.S. taxpayer regularly provides each year to the 3 UN food and agriculture agencies to provide life-saving humanitarian aid and invest in medium and long-term resilience. Throughout my travels, I've seen the effects of conflict, increasing water scarcity, and extreme weather conditions from Kenya and Madagascar to Guatemala, Honduras, and Sri Lanka. Building resilience makes our food systems more sustainable, producing more with fewer resources. This is the challenge before us, and it demands a united global front. As global leaders look for climate solutions in Egypt right now, it is clear to me that we must leverage science, technology, and innovation in agriculture to feed a growing population in a sustainable manner while generating economic opportunity. Forums such as this are important occasions to discuss the top global concern of our time, food security. We must continue this discussion, and together we can give a voice to the voiceless and achieve a world where no one goes to bed hungry. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Global Head Inclusive Economic Growth, Apt Associates, and Non-Resident Senior Fellow, Geoeconomic Center, Atlantic Council, Dr. Nicole Golden.
Great. Well, thank you. It's such a pleasure to see you all. This has been a really deep and tremendous couple of days of conversation. And our job is not an easy one. We want to take what we've heard, especially on solutions, and try to unpack that just a little more, add a little bit more concreteness and specificity, and really, I think, make it practical so that we can inform the G20 agenda and take some of these great ideas and solutions forward. We've been hearing about technology, we've been hearing about finance, we've been hearing about the food, water, energy intersection, if you will. We've been hearing about supply and demand, which as an economist is, of course, music to my ears. So we've got a lot to talk about, and I've got a great panel here to help me do that. Immediately on my left is Xingfeng Zhang. He is the Chief of Rural Development and Food Security at the Asian Development Bank. To his left, we have Bakour Kfezareli. He is the CEO of Z-Tractor, which I'm sure you're all excited to learn more about. Then we have Max Peterson. He is the Vice President of Worldwide Public Services at Amazon Web Services. Amazon Public Sector. And then we have Mr. Erez Fate, the co-founder and president of AgriNose. And I believe we have Dr. Arif Hussain, chief economist at the World Food Program. And we're lucky to be joined by His Excellency Alexander Kubrakov, Minister of Infrastructure in Ukraine. So welcome, thank you. I'd like to get right to it. We've heard and we've been talking about how conflict, COVID-19, and climate change has exacerbated the situation and the food security crisis. So let me go first to Your Excellency the Minister to ask, how has the food security situation in Ukraine changed since the war began? And maybe you can speak a little bit more about the grain deal and what that has done to the situation.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And from the first days of full-scale invasion, Ukraine infrastructure became one of the main targets for the enemy. And according to the World Bank report, the damage caused to the transport sector of Ukraine, it's about $30 billion and losses reach $26 billion of US. Since the beginning of Russian invasion, all Ukrainian ports in the Black Sea and Azov have been forcibly closed to the entry and exit of ships. The seaports of Berdyansk, Mariupol, and Skadovsk are under occupation, and the closed until control of them is to be resolved. And before the full-scale invasion, Ukraine supplied more than 15% of world's corn export, more than 10% of wheat, and more than 50% of sunflower oil and many other products of agricultural industry. About 70% of Ukrainian products and significant part of import were carried out by sea, by Ukraine, mostly by Ukrainian seaports on Black Sea. So after just due to military invasion, traditional supply chains were lost, and at least 70 million people around the world are at risk of starvation for the moment. And it was very important for us to start Black Sea Grain Initiative, because in parallel we started, at the beginning of the war, we started development of alternative channels of export of our products. It was, first of all, our seaports on Danube River, our railway lines in direction to European Union, and a lot of activities were performed, were realized in cooperation with European Union. We increased capacity of existing border cross checkpoints. We did we did a lot of projects with our neighboring countries, and solidarity lanes. It was an important step in direction to fight food crisis and economic crisis as well. Thanks. Important step was Black Sea Grain Initiative. It was signed on 22nd of July. From that moment, from the 1st of August, we already exported about 10.3 million tons of agricultural products. Mostly it's Africa and Asia, European countries as well, but again, key regions historically was Asia and Africa, especially during last years. More than 200,000 tons of agricultural export of agricultural products were exported in cooperation with United Nations World Food Programme, and again Black Sea Grain Initiative. Thanks to our allies, thanks to United Nations, Turkey, I think we know very well. How it's important, how this initiative influence on global food prices. Each crisis during working of the initiative, we see how prices is growing 5%, 7%, 8%, and then again when its initiative started working, prices became lower and lower. So on the same 5%, 7%, 10%. So on our side, we are doing our best in order to prolong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Hopefully we'll be able to get you back momentarily. But it's a good segue. We've heard from other Ukrainian colleagues, as well as a number of experts that have spoken in our panels, that the food crisis and the compounding conflict, climate change, COVID has had a disproportionate impact on women, on children, in some regions on indigenous communities. So I wanted to turn first to you, Shengfang, to talk about what are some of the strategies and how are you thinking about addressing those most at risk?
Thank you so much, Nico, and thanks a lot for the Council invite the Asian Development Bank. I attended this very important session immediately before the G20. Again, I just followed the conversation by our Ukraine Minister of the Infrastructure. After the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, you can see so many countries suffering in Asia Pacific, and these 13 countries rely on one of the three key essential commodities from the Russia or the Ukraine. But in addition to the supply chain disruptions by the COVID and also this war, climate change also severely affected the Asia Pacific. You just think about this year, the floods in the Pakistan, and the heat wave in India, and also the droughts in the Yangtze River, basically involved the 4 billion population. It's over 40% of the world populations. So with this severe challenges, Asian Development Bank, as one of the key FIs in the region, we formulate $14 billion from the 2022 to the 2025 to address the food insecurity covering both the immediate responses and also the long-term measures build up the resilience. This year, we're going to deliver $3 billion immediate response, work on support the vulnerable people, provide the working capital to the small SMEs, mitigate the fertilizer shortage, and then more importantly, also trade supply financing facility to address supply chain disruptions. And then for the long-term measures, next 3 years, 2023 to 2025, we are really programming about the $10.7 billion focused on 3 key areas. One is climate smart agriculture, very much support the participation of the women and also the small farmers. Second is highlights the digitalizations of agricultural value chain, highlights the financial inclusion, find out the way to reach out to the small farmers and also to help this microfinance to help our process quickly lead to our farmers. Lastly, these 2 days we discussed about the fertilizer, nature-based solutions. We are going to introduce innovative financing facility to scale up natural capital investment, nature-based solutions, including the payment for ecological services and also probably the day for nature swap, particularly like in Sri Lanka and also Pakistan. Probably let me just pause here, and then we can come back discuss about the concrete measures.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Arif, I'd like to come to you on that similar question. Shengfeng, talked a bit about using or working through small and medium-sized enterprises as one strategy to get at those that are often marginalized, who are also kind of dominate the landscape, right, of the economy and the market systems. In your work with the World Food Program, how are you thinking about addressing and meeting the needs of those most at risk?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm really happy to be here, and I think this is an excellent question. I can tell you that I've been in this work for about 20 years now, and what we are seeing this year, it's in fact terrible. One thing which we talk about is that, when one World Food Program is setting records, it's not necessarily a good thing for the world, right? And what we have been doing is we have been setting records since 2020. We fed 115 million people in 2020, 128 million people in 2021, and this year we plan to feed more than 150 million people. So you can see that this is a gradual increase in the number of people who need assistance. And coming to your question, vast majority of the people we work with, they are essentially in rural areas. They are women and children. They are in agriculture. So on one side, it is critically important to save lives, right? In 21st century, if you're talking about 50 million plus people a step away from famine in hunger emergencies in upwards of 45 countries, I mean, that's telling. That should be unacceptable. And if we are going to deal with this, obviously we need to deal with the root causes. First and foremost, it's the wars, it's the conflict. Then obviously it's the climate. And then it is economic marginalization, right? And these are not just words. This is what we are seeing out there. So first and foremost, we need to save lives. And after that, we need to start talking about changing lives. And that is where we are focusing a lot. What is also very different is that we have learned very quickly that extreme points, they don't work. So if you're pure humanitarian, it doesn't work. If you're pure development, it still doesn't work. And we are seeing that there is this recognition of this fact. And when you now look at IMF or you look at World Bank, they are coming into the space of what we call FCV, fragility, conflict, and violence. At the same time, agencies like mine, who is mainly humanitarian, they're moving towards enabling people, changing lives, and trying to meet in the middle. And if we can do that, and if we can bring the private sector into this, maybe we get out of this. One other thing I wanted to mention following the Ukrainian minister, this Black Sea Initiative, this has saved a lot of lives. But you know, this is initial deal is for 120 days, which is going to come to an end on November 19th, essentially a week from now. This needs to continue. This needs to continue beyond till this war is done and trade comes back to normal. And if that happens, we at least slightly dampen the impact which we are seeing around the world, and that must happen going forward.
Thank you very much. We are going to come back on some of those governance points that you raised. And I'm glad you mentioned the private sector. We've got 3 great representatives from the private sector. So let me turn to you, Bakur, to Max, and to Erez, and ask each of you to just tell us about, again, as concretely as you can, how your product or the application of your product is disrupting the food security system, positively disrupting, I would say, or helping communities to adapt to climate change or to some of these situations. Bakur, why don't we start with you?
Thank you, thank you. I think we had great speakers these 2 days and great messages which should be carried over the G20 discussions. I think there has been a consensus in this room, in this forum, that in the next 3 decades, we will need to produce 70% more food with less water available for farming, with less soil available for farming, with less labor force available for farming. And I believe that, and unpredictable weather is contributing to all this. I don't want to sound very Silicon Valley-ish kind of approach that technology can fix everything. Of course, we will need the policies, we will need financing and everything, but I believe it's my personal position, not our company in this case, that automation, autonomy, which will allow us to farm with less labor force, indoor farming or vertical farming, where in 1 acre of the facility we can produce the vegetables of the, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 acres. Of course, electrification will play its role in machinery electrification, which is our message, which we work on to electrify agriculture in general, but with agriculture machinery will play its role on a dependence on energy, obviously, and alternative proteins. We cannot ignore the alternative proteins are must to have. We are relying on very few protein sources. We talked about that yesterday, today, and we need to diverse the proteins which we can use for food processing or production or so on. I think that's our perspective of the startup or technologist on that perspective, is to introduce more tech and on top of that digitalize agriculture as much as possible, which will bring transparency, which will bring predictability, and we can plan better. And our partner in this game is Amazon with their beautiful products in AWS, which supports a lot of robotics companies in our field. I think that all synergy between very established corporations which have a great experience of digitalizing other sectors can be brought to agriculture, and we can fix significant portion of the problems.
Fantastic. And very quickly, for those that may not have heard you talk about the Z tractor, just how does that fit in, and what exactly is, for those that might not be aware?
We are manufacturing autonomous electric tractor. It's completely unmanned. There is no seat for a driver on it. And we did it by purpose. We did some research before we started to design this tractor. Our belief is that with many, many tractors around the world, we can connect them on one cloud and do the real-time data gathering from the machines, which will improve efficiency and give us better predictability of which crop is produced where, what will be the yield of almonds in California and Spain. And then the traders, we met a few commodity traders here can do better deals on futures. And
So that's a great segue to Max to talk about not only your work with eTractor, but in general, how is cloud computing changing and disrupting positively?
Well, I'm super excited just listening right here to what one company is doing to reimagine how they deliver scale to farming. And I listened both to Shenseng, who talked about the importance of small farmers, a really interesting example of how you approach automation. At Amazon, we believe that our responsibility is to be able to provide the sort of enabling technology that lets all of these solutions come to life. I also agree with the gentleman from the World Food Program. It's not one thing. It's not development activities in isolation. It's not humanitarian aid in isolation. It's not technology in isolation. We've got to find the ways to make all of these things work together and be used in the appropriate areas around the world, because there's going to be different solutions that are based locally. I'll give you one specific example, because Nicole, you wanted specific examples. In India, we work with a company called Cropin, who deployed something called Smart Farm. And India is an economy with a lot of small farmers. And so it was not important only just to focus on the food production piece, but also on the economic viability of all of these small farmers. And what Cropin used was they used a combination of technology running on Amazon. They integrated satellites, they integrated overhead Earth observation, they integrated Internet of Things types of sensors, they integrated open public data sets like the Amazon Sustainability Data Initiative, and they're able to bring precise insights to the farmers on the ground. Over 7 million farmers covering about 16 million acres of land, and they can help them understand precisely how to apply, different technologies to, to produce the crops in the most effective way for them, providing both food and livelihood.
What a fantastic example, and we're going to carry on with the specifics, and that's great. We've heard a lot, areas of conversation around water and that linkage between water, food security, the impact of drought and of climate change and reducing water. So tell us how autonomous irrigation and AgriNose is positively disrupting and bringing new solutions to the table.
So first of all, we are in Indonesia. And before the food security became topic, the Minister of Defense was already thinking about it before COVID, before the Ukraine war. So he gave us challenge to bring here the technology and to implement here in Indonesia. And we made the plan to send people to do the training. Apparently, 2 weeks after we started, COVID came and blocked everything. So we managed with two people, with one is Wija, one is Yusa, that they were one of the project management, everything through Zoom to train and to make the system up and running until today. And this system shows that technology can overcome barriers. So we are using the technology how to, I would say, fix or help the challenges that were discussed here. Because in all the discussions here, I heard about problems, water, finance, fertilizers, knowledge, scale up, all those things that are challenges for the humans. But we are coming from technology solution. So we know how to take technology and to solve problems. So first of all, so we have to know that the minister had this vision long ago, before it became topic. And that reason, in Indonesia, we are most prepared compared to other places in the world. Although now we work in California and other countries. But here we have a base of people locally that know how to use the technology, and they grow things that they never think can be grown in sea level. Now, how we do it? We do it by automation and autonomous, and taking all the data into algorithm with machine learning, which actually nurturing the plant like baby in incubator. Because baby in incubator, it doesn't cry. The sensors knows in advance what he needs, not like outside. So we develop a solution that is on the roots zone and manage the zones 24/7, even not exist in nature. You can think like hydroponic in the soil. So the roots are always efficient and produce. And countries like Indonesia, which is the equator, 24/7 means because the temperature is always correct. And we eliminate the depend on rain and climate. So once we have the soil and we have the ability to cultivate, everything is possible. So the other thing that I want to mention, because the minister has the vision, is to think about what we call mobile farming, because we create kind of IKEA kit that connect all the needs in one system. So because Indonesia is big, he said, let's make a system that we can ship or on a truck, put in a place, put the hose or the drip line, and start to work. And this is kind of another problem. The other thing is local production, what we call Tkdn. In Indonesia, one of the things is how to, it's a big country. Logistics is big.
Yeah.
Shipping the hose or the drip line, it's very expensive because it's mostly air. So we have a plan, and we already discussed with agencies. They are looking to contribute, like the DFC, because they want to enable the food security and the health, and women and youth. So actually, in our activity here in Indonesia, we have young people that do crowdfunding in order to start this kind of initiative. And this shows that there is a need, and it makes people interesting and make people excited. And then what we think is how to expand small villages. So because the technology is kind of centralized, we enable small farmers that have 1-2 hectares, that one system can irrigate their plots, and they just do the cultivation. So this is in general what we do. Sitting next to me, the Amazon. Amazon is a big cloud, but we need to make the cloud give rain, and the right rain. So I challenge him. How do we take this cloud and make it available to the people to make it usable? So this is a discussion between us later on.
It's a great point, and it speaks to kind of a quick follow-up for the three of you in particular, before we come back on some governance, which is, where does partnerships come in, right? We've been talking about, we've heard about the scale. The scale of this challenge requires urgent action, and it requires long-term thinking as well. So you mentioned partnerships, you mentioned sort of B2B. What are the challenges of scale? And when you think about partnerships, at Apt Associates, we found in our work implementing projects for Feed the Future in Cambodia and Egypt of the US government, that partnering with government, with local private sector, with the small and medium-sized enterprises, and with civil society is really critical, especially for that inclusion aspect. So Bakur, maybe we'll come to you first, and then we'll go to Erez and then Max for your thoughts on scaling and partnerships.
Thank you. I think to go back to what was discussed for today's here, I think we received 2 loud, long wake-up calls, which are COVID and the war. And it's not only food community, it's everyone, logistics, all businesses and the society in general. And I think this will force collaboration because we need to find fast solutions yesterday. It's already past due to solve basic issues in, let's say, I don't want to point to any particular problem, but there are issues where we can collaborate with government, with corporations, with other industries which are never been involved in agriculture, like aviation. Aviation has the best sensors. We use 2 sensors on our tractor from aviation. They're expensive, but they are fixing the issues no one have applied to agriculture before, right? And I think because of the circumstances, which are unfortunate, but we need to learn from this and make the decisions now.
I love that example of cross-industry and thinking outside the box. And it goes back to the data point that both you and Erez mentioned and how you're bringing data into it. And I'm going to come back to you, Erez, on this kind of scalability and partnerships, and then Max will come to you.
So first of all, scale means knowledge and team. So we have now in Indonesia about 6 projects that we are planning already to start using the crowd finance and local entrepreneur. And although some of them are approaching a huge area, 1,000 hectares, we start only with 1, because part of it is education, to build the local capacity. So this is the way that we can easily expand in each area, putting the seed. Later on, it's only expansion. So again, it's important to understand the people that help us are not farmers. They're coming from defense and economy. But they understand how to scale up, because at the end of the day, the issue is scale up, and it means how to educate the people, make the technology available. So part of our solution now is mobile application, where the farmer can, in a way, have direct relation with the plant through our system. So it's not anymore blind, because today they're blind, they don't know. There is a disease, what to do. There is something happened, they don't know what to do. So part of our solution, because it's online, using cloud, we enable to close the circle. Like today in Jakarta, there is a problem, we know the problem before they know, because when they sleep and there is a leak, we get alarm. So all these things are available today. So the issue how to connect all the dots of the agencies that has the money, the agencies that have the needs. So actually, the model that we have in Indonesia, we are now copying to Uzbekistan, to Vietnam, to all those countries we are discussing with. And I'm going from here to UAE. And over there, they don't have employees. So I'm going to make people train here to work over there. So you can see that we are looking at the global problem as one problem and solving it the same way.
So, Max, I'm sure Amazon Web Services has some interesting thoughts on scale and scalability. I'd love to hear them.
Well, actually, yeah, good call. Amazon actually created a new leadership principle just about 1.5 years ago called Success and Scale Bring Broad Responsibility. And I want to shift, though, from talking about the technology partnerships to talk about people partnerships, because part of the way that we're going to all improve is to innovate out of this. And there is, I'm sitting next to two people who I just got the opportunity to meet, who are driving incredible innovation. At AWS, we recognize that you need a place to bring these sorts of innovations together. You need to include universities and research organizations and government and nonprofits and NGOs and industry. And so we created something called Cloud Innovation Centers. We do these in combination with universities around the world. We've currently got 12 of these Cloud Innovation Centers in operation around the world, and they do exactly that. They serve as a place to bring together all of the people with incredible innovative ideas, with the data that they need to make good data-driven decisions, and with some technology from Amazon to be able to come up with these ideas. And by the way, those 12 Cloud Innovation Centers, just so far in 2022, have done over 100 innovation projects. And so we create these innovation challenges. They could be food security, they could be health, they could be anything that's relevant to the local community. And it's a phenomenal way to build the partnerships that you talked about.
That's such a great example, and I don't think we hear enough or talk enough about the importance of the academic community and that research piece, and it's great to see you bringing that innovation and that academics. We talked about sort of technology as an enabling factor, and another aspect of the conversation these last couple of days has been about governance and the importance of governance, both at the national and in the multilateral context, to support aligning incentives, to support innovation, investment, and inclusion as well. And so I want to come back to Yuxing Fang to ask you to kind of speak briefly about multilateral governance. You mentioned some models in particular on the financing side. We haven't gotten at that. What are some specific aspects of models of multilateral governance that you can speak to?
Thank you so much, Nico. Again, if we talking about the difference between this crisis and also 2008 crisis, good news is, as our colleagues in this panel already mentioned about it, we know the crisis much better than before, and we have good tools in our hand, the technology, digital technology, remote sensing, and many other tools in our hand to address the crisis. But at the same time, we also know that the scale and also the complexity of the crisis much bigger than the 2008 crisis. So require much closer cooperations between the international organizations and also the governments. So this time, we learned the lessons from the 2008 crisis. So immediately after the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, and then in May, One of the FIs, International Financial Institutions, ADB, World Bank, African Development Bank, IFA, one of them get together, formulate, and they launch action plan to address the food insecurity. Basically, we agree to adopt coherent strategy, focus on 5 key areas. Number 1 is to support the vulnerable people. 2, promote the open trade. 3, mitigate the fertilizer shortage. 4 is to support the small farmers and also productions. Finally, focus on long-term resilience, climate resilient agriculture. So after that, of course, the G7 hosted by the Germany, right now we are established sort of the global alliance on the food security. Just a few days ago, under the COP27, we jointly launched what we call is a food security a dashboard. So that means we're going to watch what's happening, agricultural market information, but same time also track our financial flow, where to go, and how to address the most vulnerable people. Again, I'm not saying this is perfect, so many things need to be addressed, but again, compared to the 2008 crisis, I think the international community responded much quicker, much more, coordinate, and then I think it's going to be also effective. Let me just pause here.
Thank you. It's a good example, and it's one I will bring back to my colleagues at the Atlantic Council Geoeconomic Center as we're thinking about reforming and what the Bretton Woods 2.0 will look like as we think about World Bank and IMF reforms. And I want to come to you, back to you, Arif. Again, thinking about multilateral, you're operating within the UN system. What are some of the aspects of the work, and what have you seen work well at the multilateral level in terms of multilateral governance and also in the financing aspect?
Right, so excellent question. First and foremost, I mean, what we are seeing is that there is consensus on the problem statement. You have IMF, World Bank, WTO, World Food Program, FAO, doing joint statements on what's at stake. And on that side, essentially, 3 things come to mind as the problem statements. First one is that as bad as it is right now, you can call this affordability crisis, meaning food is available, but it may not be at the right place, or it may not be at the right cost, but it is available. But if we don't sort out the fertilizer issue and sort it out now, today's affordability crisis will turn into tomorrow's availability crisis, which means even higher prices. And I don't think we can afford that in 2023. That's one side. The second one, where we are coming together, is basically about which countries are in trouble. What are the characteristics of countries which are in trouble? And what I can say is that if you're a poor country, if you have high debt, if you happen to import your food, your fuel, and your fertilizer, you're in trouble. So what is the solution on that side? We need to start talking about debt relief for hunger relief. Meaning, instead of poor countries making their debt payments, they could use the same resources to import their food and their fertilizer. This is something which needs to be considered. There is a precedent in the sense of if there is debt relief for climate, why not debt relief for hunger relief? The third thing where there is consensus building is about our export bases for our staple commodities are extremely, extremely thin. What I mean by that is that less than 10 countries make up 70–80% of our export base for wheat, corn, rice, soybean, and even fertilizer. And worse yet, less than 5 countries hold stocks of these commodities at 90% level. That kind of situation means that whenever a shock happens to any one of these countries, you feel the pain all around the world. And war in Ukraine is just the latest example of that. So we need to sort of sort out the diversification problem going forward. Now, very last thing on that is that, frankly, we have the money, we have the technology, we have it's not about those things. At the end of the day, it is about staying the course, because many of these things, if we're going to solve them, it's going to take time. That requires political will and staying with the problem till it's done. And that's something which we have been missing. We missed it in 2008, we missed it in 2011. Hopefully this time around, we stick with the problem till it is resolved.
Thank you. I'm glad you reiterated and brought the debt issue back into the conversation. That's something that we talked a little bit about earlier and yesterday as well. And it really is critical to keep that in context, especially to your point about as we go into the G20 and the finance ministers are meeting, and that is something that I know is on the agenda. And there is certainly a clear linkage, especially right now. Believe it or not, we only have a few minutes left. Time has flown by. So I'm going to ask you all one last question. We talked about our successes and what is working. But sometimes we can learn as much, if not more, from talking about what hasn't worked or what we haven't tried yet and why. So in just about a minute, I'll ask you all for a kind of final thought, what you are excited to see moving forward, a key lesson learned within your own company, within your own product, or just something you've seen in the community that you think we can do better. And I will start with Akur, because you just raised your hand. And we'll have just 1 minute each.
Thank you. So my thoughts, always again, going back to the discussions, is that there are different agreements, like Madrid Agreement on one topic, there is a Paris Agreement on climate. We don't have a food agreement so far. There are multiple, but not as global and as powerful as, we don't have targets. We don't know what are our targets as a globe in food. And I think the Bali-Indonesia agreement in next 2 days or 3 days will be a good start, good base for a future moving forward, just to agree on targets, what we need to achieve in grain production, in meat production, and so on, right? I think that's where we failed, and now we need to do that type of agreement so everyone knows what's our vision and what we want to achieve in what time period.
Great. Excellent suggestion. Thank you. Erez, coming to you.
So first of all, I would like to refer to Ukraine, because it's on the cloud, Ukraine. So because of our experience of doing things remotely, we are working now with some Ukrainian farmers that move the agriculture from the area that was captured by Russia into the other side of Ukraine in order to provide food. So the ability to send a system remotely and just explain what to do, it's part of our activity here. So this is the advantage of technology. The other thing is how to make a small move in order to make a bigger move. Because everybody speaks about the problems, and the thing is how to start, to open this dam, to bring the results to everybody now. Because, as you said, the availability is now, and the issue of challenges is now. And we cannot delay food delivery, that's the problem. We can delay things like luxury, but not food. So these are the challenges now.
Very inspirational. Thank you. Arif, coming to you for a final thought, an inspired failure, or something that we can all take forward or do differently.
Look, I mean, there is a lot of hope, and frankly, hunger is a solvable problem. It's not just saying that, it really is when you look at it. My final thought just is that, we are always talking about whenever there is a project offered or something is offered, we always talk about, how much is it going to cost to do that. Maybe we need to turn this question on its head and start asking, what if we don't do it? What is the cost? What is the cost of inaction? And if that answer scares you, you better do it. And if it doesn't, it's fine. Right now, the cost of inaction of not dealing with food security in terms of destabilization, in terms of terrorism, in terms of migration out of destitution is huge. It's just that we don't pay it right away. We pay it a few months or a few years later. I think we need to start thinking about that very, very seriously when we are making financial decisions and political will about solving many of these problems, because they come to our doorsteps as well. Thank you.
Thank you. It's such an important point. The counterfactual can be really powerful, and I think that also speaks to the importance of research and data, and maybe that's something as well that we as a community haven't been doing as good a job as we need to, and it comes back to that inclusion point. Xingfang, final thought, and then we'll come to you, Max, to wrap us up.
Thank you so much. Again, I still hopeful. I also say G20 is a great platform to really enforce the type of the governance. I still recall, the March 2020, after the pandemic, G20 has a declarations ban their trade restrictions that very, very effective to really reduce risk of the food insecurity. Now is the time for us to think how we introduce innovations in the G20, reinforce the type of the declarations. Again, since the March of this year, and these 20 countries in this area is introduce trade restrictions, really making the market is very panic. So I think this G20 is an opportunity to review what works, what doesn't, and then they incorporate the lessons and they release new declaration. I think that is our hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Max?
I will quickly wrap it up, just say I'm incredibly inspired by all of the people on the panel here and the sharing that they had. And one thing that we try and do is encourage people to think big. And there's a lot of really big thinking here. The challenge with thinking big, however, is if you're thinking big enough, you're going to fail. But what you need to do is you need to realize that food security failure is not an option. And so we just look at ways that we can help people fail, learn, improve, and move faster. And I'm very encouraged by all of my panelists here that this is solvable and that we can solve it. We just have to think big and take action.
And fail fast. So thank you and learn from it. Please join me in thanking this fantastic panel. We could have talked all day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage co-founder of the Indonesian Tempe movement, Dr. Amadeus Driando Anand Winarno.
Greetings. How many of you know tempeh? How many of you like tempeh? How many of you believe that tempeh could be a potential solution to global food security problems? I'm Driando, co-founder of the Indonesian Tempeh movement. Please allow me to walk you through why I absolutely believe that that is the case as a food scientist and technologist. I'll make 3 points: why we should look into tempeh in the first place, what the science says about tempeh, and what the future holds for tempeh. I look into science of tempeh because of 3 personal emotional reasons. Cancer is running my family. My grandpa had to perform a surgery to remove the breast cancer tumor of his own mom at his own garage. That's why he switched to food science. And looking into cancer is deeply related to malnutrition, overnutrition. But there's also this other side of malnutrition, which is undernutrition, that unfortunately hits very hard to the eastern part of Indonesia, including my friends. But not only health concern, environmental concern also hit me quite hard. I live not too far away from, unfortunately, the world's #1 most polluted river in the world, Citarum. It got me thinking, what could we do to preserve and conserve the environment? And could we even make high-quality food if we don't take care of the environment? And that's why, with the mission of the Indonesian Tempe movement that my grandpa, my mom, and I created 8 years ago as food scientists, we want to give people more access to nutritious, sustainable, and affordable food. We believe that people don't have to be rich to live like a healthier and more sustainable life. And what makes us truly believe that this is the case is because of science. So scientifically, compared to beef, in terms of nutrition, tempeh contains similar amounts of energy, protein, and iron, significantly higher levels of fiber and calcium, and significantly lower levels of salt and saturated fat. Sustainability-wise, tempeh could produce the same amount of protein compared to beef, with 4 times less energy and 12 times less emission to be emitted to the atmosphere. In terms of affordability, tempeh could be 8 times cheaper than beef for the same amount of protein in Indonesia. But what many people don't know yet is that tempeh is not just this food made using fermented soybean originated in Indonesia 300 years ago. Tempeh is a fermentation process that we can apply to so many, almost every grain, nut, legume, bean around the world. Here I have mung bean tempeh, kidney bean tempeh, black bean tempeh, almond bean tempeh. It's a process. And not only these raw ingredients, my grandpa used to eat tempeh made using tofu industry byproduct, okara, in the form of tempeh gembus, because he couldn't afford the whole bean tempeh. It was fancy. And I wonder, like, how many of you wonder how the tempeh fermentation works? For today, I have this tempeh fermenting necklace to show you how easy tempeh fermentation is. So the idea is that you want to make the baby mushroom rhizopus happy. You want to serve them with tender and warm foods. You want to meet them with the food and to get them into their bedrooms. The bedrooms could be leaves, could be plastic bags, could be petri dish if you work in the lab. And in just 2 days, you got your own naturally nutritious food. So if you look at this simple but sophisticated process, we're just looking at the tip of the iceberg of the whole movement. After 8 years of running the movement, I've seen beautiful, beautiful new kinds of tempeh from all around the world. We're talking about white bean tempeh burger from Brazil, buckwheat tempeh soba noodle from Japan, fava bean tempeh wat in Ethiopia, bambara nut tempeh fries from Tanzania, vegan meat made using lupin bean tempeh in Europe. Now, to end my talk, one thing that I learned from the movement is that the naturally nutritious foods that we have now were not just inventions of the past. The naturally nutritious food revolution is still happening now, and I believe the tempeh fermentation is a big part of it. But also, tempeh is just one out of so many foods in which the R&D process has been done by our ancestors 4 years ago that are waiting for us to dig into as treasures, as the future foods that we need to feed the people, to feed us, to feed the planet in most sustainable ways possible. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Professor and Faculty of Agricultural Technology, University of Jember, Dr. Ahmed Zubakio.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank to the committee to provide time for me for presentations, small presentations. What I would like to introduce is about cassava. Maybe you know about tissue papers. You know also about toilet papers. You know also about biodegradable plastics. You know also about our fabric. All of this thing contain of cassava. Maybe we don't know about that one, but we believe that cassava right now is in our living time. All of our goods contain of cassava. That's why I always promote cassava, because of that plant actually is very, very effective for photosynthesis, 2 times more corn, and also better than the other crops, including wheat. And as you know that right now, in Indonesia, we have populations, as Mr. Prabowo said before, that about 273 million of people. There's a lot of mouth, and they need food. And of course, when we calculate, we need about 32 million tons of rice. That is only rice, not carbohydrate. When we calculate the carbohydrate, it's about 45 million tons. That's a huge amount of carbohydrate. So when we calculate that one, of course, our land is not enough when we only plant the rice, because the rice needs a lot of waters, need of a lot of fertilizers and other things. Not so many land can be planted by using rice. But cassava, we can grow cassava very well in suboptimal land. We can grow cassava only if the water is about 3 or 4 months. That's more than enough. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I think is that we have to try to increase the cassava, the use of cassava, and of course, the production of cassava. And for the consumptions, there is some problem that always people say that cassava is food for the poor people, always like that. But through our technology right now, we can provide very, very good materials from cassava, which have a plain taste. We can mix with many kind of ingredients and to be very, very good food. And this is the reality. And I think for 10 years more, we need to grow about 5 million hectares of cassava, because through that one, we can provide a lot of food for the peoples, and also feed, and also we can grow something like, we can develop something like we call bioindustries, including monosodium glutamate, sorbitol, lecithin, everything. It's come from cassava, because cassava can provide starch, and from starch we can provide sugar, and from sugar we can provide energies for a lot of function of bioindustries. So this is my point. And again, I encourage all peoples, let's do cassava. Thanks a lot.
Please welcome back to the stage, Gaurav Srivastava.
Thank you. It's been a long day. Excellencies, members, sponsors, supporters, and my dear friends. The incomparable author, poet, civil rights activist, Maya Angelou remained a beacon of enduring hope, even in her darkest of days. Her eloquent voice and practical truths as relevant today as the moment she first shared them. Angelou said, "During bad circumstances, which is human inheritance, you must decide not to be reduced. You have your humanity, and you must not allow anything to reduce that. We are obliged to know we are global citizens. Disasters remind us we are world citizens, whether we like it or not. It's really important to remember that while it is important to think about global issues, it is also important to address issues at home. It is important to worry about issues that are happening in Indonesia. It is important to remember that there is still a family at home. In the morning, during the speech of the Minister of Defense, he had poignantly mentioned that he needs to feed 5 million newborn Indonesians. This is a really important subject. But it is also important to remember that there is a hungry child at home. And for a mother and father, it is most important to feed that child. The issues that we talk about today, these are political issues. They are not only but they are issues that require collaboration between industry, between business, and policymakers. And that is important to keep in mind as we leave this room today. As citizens of this earth, we are more interconnected than ever before, linked as social beings, innovators, artisans, and dreamers, bound by a birthright as old as time, an inherent claim to inviolable human rights, to freedom, dignity, and equality. As members prepare for this week's 70th and arguably the most critical G20 summit, they will consider the grave complications of our times. They will reflect on the important strides we have made, the disappointments and setbacks we have endured. They will commit themselves and their colleagues to an even greater investment in universal responsibility and to the safety and sanctity of our one human family. It is important to remember that it is one human family, but at the end of the day, it is about the children at home. It is a legacy that we all have to preserve. It is important to think about issues on a global scale, but important to remember that it starts at your home. As always, the United States of America stands ready to lead this charge, both at home and abroad, delivering aid, promoting economic growth, enacting comprehensive health and food security initiatives. We will continue to fight hunger, malnutrition, and the senseless atrocities that have stolen the innocent lives of so many. We will heed to Mother Nature's warning, abating her tears with strong and steady push towards a timely transition to clean and renewable energy, while responsibly acknowledging the interwoven, intricate, and dependent relationship between modern agriculture and oil. Working diligently on a stopgap measure that will feed hungry, reward our collaborators, discourage our detractors, and most importantly, maintain national security. I am so incredibly heartened by the invaluable insight and generous support conceived at and throughout this forum over the last 2 days. I share these blessings with my incomparable wife, Sharon, and with the brightest guiding lights of my heart and soul, my children. I implore you all to continue the quest for more answers and better solutions toward realizing global food security. We know all successes begin on the smallest of levels. The best ideas are cultivated when foundations and governments build partnership with the neighborhoods that need assistance, embracing community leaders as an irreplaceable pillar of this endeavor. After my conversation with Fred from the Atlantic Council, I'm also pleased to announce that we plan to hold our second security conference on the sidelines of the G20 in India, hopefully. I hope you will join us all again as we gather to reflect on the strides that have been made, the humanistic grounds that have been gained. With your support and the implementation of actions gleaned from the dialogue we have shared at this forum. I have the greatest confidence that the momentum we have earned will be plentiful. Remember, there is nothing more human than morality. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the class is dismissed. We all have some very important homework to do. I would remember to keep one thing in mind, which we started this event with, let there be bread. Now I would like to invite the President of the Atlantic Council, Mr. Fred Kempe. Thank you for coming. God bless.
What a wonderful day, what a wonderful 2 days. And I have a few people to thank and a couple of things to say, but I will be brief. First of all, let me take this off. Aveta, I listen to you, I hear your voice in my ear even as I do that. So, Barker Cresarelli, the CEO of Z-Tractor, talked about 2 loud wake-up calls, COVID and the war, that have made us pay attention to food security in a way that we hadn't. We do face the greatest food security crisis in modern history, says the World Food Program. My own view is we should never let a crisis go to waste, so we're at work here not letting that crisis go to waste. And then Max Peterson on the last panel talked about how with food security failure is, Max Peterson from AWS, great strategic partner of the Atlantic Council, talked about how when it comes to food security, failure is not an option. So thank you, Gaurav, for your powerful final remarks, and to Gaurav and Sharon so much for being not just co-hosts of this forum, but really giving it the vision, lending your friendship, and your generosity. So thank you so much, and please, everybody, thank you. To speakers and audience members who joined us throughout the course of the conference, thank you for your valued insight and ideas. I want to thank General Clark, Minister Prabowo, and his ministry, Minister Lahoot, and his ministry, Pa Hashim. Thank you so much for all your partnership through this. We've heard from so many important global voices, perspectives from the global north, the global south, government, industry, civil society, brilliant students, seasoned experts. I also want to thank people who are a little bit more behind the scenes and you didn't see them as much on the stage. Matt Kraenig and his Scowcroft Center team, Aveta Kruma and her production team, Vicente overseeing so much of, Vicente Garcia, one of the great brilliant leaders of the Atlantic Council, overseeing so much of the entire project, bringing it all together. Our friends from Nouveau Productions, and you're going to see more from them tonight at the concert, from Edelman, from Viva Creative, other sponsors, EMP, Unity, Harvest Commodities, ABT Associates, Arsari Group, our media partners, CNN Indonesia, Compass TV. What's clear from me from the last 2 days is how many of us in this room and joining online stand united in our commitment to combating food insecurity and hunger and serving as catalysts for change of the G20 and beyond. But too often, the private sector, the public sector, people all over the world don't galvanize in this kind of setting. And I'm glad we were able to do that. as we've seen and heard, food security remains a complex and multi-sectoral political, economic, scientific, and security challenge. Peter Engelke, who with Jeff Semino was leading the intellectual work that was behind this conference, will distill what we've learned over the last 2 days, put it in recommendations to the G20 and beyond, and you'll be able to read that on our website tomorrow or the next day, Peter, pretty soon. We'll turn it around as quickly as we can. What we know and what we heard from Gaurav is that at its core, the food security crisis and issue is a humanitarian one. It's about that basic need for sustenance, food and water, and how they are met with dignity. We saw that powerful chart in the powerful keynote address of Minister Prabowo. And I'll just remember FWE, food, water, energy, and the interlinkages of the three. This is about building more sustainable food systems to better protect the planet we live on, the planet that nourishes us all. It's about taking care of one another across communities and countries while we still have the chance. And as I said this morning, this inaugural edition, and Gaurav and I are able to reach decisions relatively quickly, and so we are going to go ahead, and we're planning on going ahead in India next year. But this inaugural edition of the Atlantic Council Global Food Security Forum marks the beginning of what we hope will be the Atlantic Council's leadership in the global food security space alongside the Srivastava Foundation. And I look forward to continuing to convene similar forums along the G20 each year, starting from India next year. That would be our hope and our plan. I also look forward to engaging with our Indonesian partners and you all on our shared goals. This is our first major convening in Indonesia. It will not be our last. And we look forward to working with your country of 273 million people, the third largest democracy, fourth largest population, just an incredible country where the U.S. bilateral relationship will grow deeper and deeper. And as we heard from your minister this morning, this link right back to the days of your independence needs to be refreshed, deepened, and expanded. I do want to thank, again, the Indonesian Ministry of Defense and coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment once again for co-hosting this forum for us, to show up with that kind of partners on the margins as an official sideline event of the G20. What a wonderful way to enter this wonderful country. And finally, I want to remind you again to join us back here this evening. It starts at 8 o'clock, but please get here early to be in your seats for a private concert. And I can't tell you how unusual this is, a private concert with singer-songwriter John Legend, one of the few people in history and the first African-American to have the Emmy. He's called an EGOT actor. That means he has the Emmy, he has the Grammy, he has a Golden Globe, he has an Oscar, and he has a Tony. You know, how many artists have all of that? And you're going to be able to see him this evening. As well as Indonesian singer-songwriter Sandi Sondoro, and going around the property here and talking to people on the property, I'm not sure whether they're not more excited by him than they are by John Legend. And he has just a remarkable background in history, award-winning singer-songwriter. And then the U.S. Air Force Band of the Pacific will warm us up and take us home at the end of it. We'll close out the conference and recognize, and this is a really important thing for you to know, we'll be recognizing President Joko Widodo tonight and be handing him physically our Global Citizen Award. Now, we gave it to him. We presented it to him. It's the highest honor the Atlantic Council gives every year, September 19th in New York, but was accepted by the foreign minister as he was unable to be there. So the plan is to let him receive that award this evening. So thank you for joining us. See you tonight. See you in India. Bye. What a wonderful performance. One more round of applause for Sandy Sandora. On September 19th in New York City, on the evening before the opening of the UN General Assembly, the Atlantic Council presented President Joko Widodo with our highest honor, the highest honor that we present every year at the Atlantic Council. The honor is called the Global Citizen Award, and we give it to people who embody the notion of global citizenship. And that has to do with being locally relevant, locally a leader, taking care of your people, but also having a heart for the world and taking on the world. And that's what we wanted to celebrate in President Widodo. Because he was not able to join us in person that evening, Foreign Minister Marsudi accepted on his behalf. Having this Atlantic Council Global Security Forum here in Bali was a coincidence. It really was a coincidence, but it was also an incredible opportunity that allowed us to improve upon the award that we gave September 19th when you were not there, and now you are here. So let's take a moment and watch a short video about our honoree.
Melihat perkembangan dunia sampai sekarang ini, banyak hal yang harus kita lakukan bersama-sama. Pertama, kita harus memberikan harapan bahwa pandemi COVID-19 akan bisa tertangani dengan cepat, adil, dan merata. Kita tahu bahwa no one is safe until everyone is. Kita harus tetap serius melawan intoleransi, konflik, terorisme, dan perang. Perdamaian dalam keberagaman, jaminan hak perempuan, dan kelompok minoritas harus kita tegakkan.
What an honor it is to speak about you, President Widodo, this evening. Some of you in the audience know me. This is not only the first day in my life I've worn batik, it is the first time that any president of the Atlantic Council in our 60-year history has worn batik. And so we do that in honor of your country, in honor of you. Starting as a businessman and mayor in your home city, Surakarta, in 2005, President Jokowi entered politics with the aim to work for the people. He devoted himself to eradicating poverty, reducing crime, paying spontaneous visits to poor neighborhoods and marketplaces, always ready to hear people's voices from up close. Your refusal to accept salary for public work and your competence in transforming the city into a vibrant tourist destination won the population of Surakarta's heart. And you were re-elected as mayor in 2010 with more than 90% of the vote. Your determination to serve continued throughout your career, and you became the governor of Jakarta and then the president of Indonesia in 2014. You were the first Indonesian president without a military or elite political background, and your victory symbolized the victory of democracy. The victory of democracy in this country of over 17,000 islands, 300 ethnic groups, and 273 million people and counting. We will all witness your leadership here at the G20 as you bring countries together at a particularly difficult moment in the world community in solving the most pressing challenges today in health, climate change, economic recessions, and geopolitical tensions that have us all on edge, to recover together and to recover stronger. To make this G20 summit a success, it needs a chair of extraordinary talent and capability and heart, and someone who enjoys the trust of all parties involved. And you started becoming chair of the G20 far before you came here and launched this week. We've been watching your travels, we've been watching your meetings. President Widodo is not just a man of the people of Indonesia, he's also become a global citizen who embodies the spirit of global cooperation, a catalyst for collective prosperity and peace, and that is why the Atlantic Council and its jury voted to honor you with our highest honor. It's now my pleasure to present the 2020 Atlantic Council Distinguished Global Citizen Award to President Joko Widodo of Indonesia, a man of the people, a global leader, a global citizen. President Widodo.
Yang saya hormati Bapak Frederick
المكرم سعادة أستاذ فrederick mana
First of all, I would like to extend my highest appreciation for this award, the Global Citizen Award from the Atlantic Council. I have never thought earlier that I would receive this award. So far, what I've done, I'm doing my best. I'm working and doing my best with full responsibility to uphold the values of humanity.
Sebagai negara majemuk yang terdiri dari 17.000 pulau
living in Indonesia, consisting of more than 7,000 islands, hundreds of ethnic groups, 162 local languages, Indonesia upholds the values of tolerance, peace, unity, and cooperation. As a leader, I love visiting villages, I love visiting rural areas,
pasar-pasar tradisional.
and I also love visiting traditional markets.
Saya tahu karena rakyat kecil mengajarkan kesederhanaan
Since I was a
dan
child,
kerentanan
I
mereka
was
terhadap
taught
tantangan-tantangan.
being humble.
Kesulitan terbesar
To live
selalu
modestly.
dirasakan oleh mereka yang berada di bawah,
And I've
oleh
seen
keluarga miskin,
the people
oleh negara yang
living
berpenghasilan rendah.
in village
Oleh
or
sebab
rural
itu,
areas,
saya
living in difficult
selalu
situations,
berusaha keras
and
untuk
therefore
memperjuangkan
I keep trying to
kepentingan rakyat kecil dan
do my
juga
best for the
menyuarakan
interest
kepentingan
of
negara-negara
common people
berpenghasilan rendah di
and also
berbagai
for the
forum.
interest of the state.
Dunia tidak bisa dibangun dengan rivalitas dan keserakahan, tapi harus dibangun dengan toleransi dan kerjasama yang saling
The world
menghormati,
should be built
yang
with
saling
tolerance,
menguntungkan.
respect toward each other.
Presidensi Indonesia di G20
The presidency
tahun
of
ini
Indonesia in
dan
G20 this
keketuaan
year,
Indonesia di ASEAN
and also
tadi sudah diserah terimakan kepada
we
saya
have
tahun depan
received
dilandasi dengan semangat
the presidency of
tersebut.
ASEAN starting from next year.
Bapak Ibu sekalian yang
Ladies and
saya hormati,
gentlemen,
sekali lagi terima kasih atas
once again, I would
penghargaan
like to thank you
Global
for this
Citizen
Global Citizen Award
kepada saya. Ini akan
that has been
semakin
awarded to me.
memotivasi
This will
saya dan pemerintah
continually
Indonesia
motivate me and also the
untuk
government of the Republic of
menjalankan
Indonesia
tanggung jawab besar menjadi
to
bagian
hold our
dari
responsibilities
solusi
as
dunia.
part
Terima
of
kasih.
the solution for the global world.